I am back. Hello, folks. It is time for the third of 4 streams. And I am just about to bring in Dan's news again. So let's get him on the horn. And here in a minute, we're going to do some Batman Beyond. Hello, Dan.
Hello.
Welcome back, buddy.
I'm back. We streaming or we?
We are. Yes, we are streaming.
We're here.
We are back, and I've just got to bring in one more guy. Give me a second. See if I can get Kareem in here with us. And you'll get to meet my friend Kareem, who I've started doing videos with, who is a really good comic reviewer. May take us just a minute to get him in here.
No worries. No worries. Yeah.
Mr. Roberts.
Hello there, Cap.
Hey, man. Just waiting for your camera to pop in.
Yeah, I can't see you.
There he is. Oh, yeah, well, you guys can't see me because I keep forgetting that step. Hold on.
Hey, man.
Hello, hello. I'm Dan. Nice to meet you.
Dan's News. Nice to meet you.
Yes, sir. I'm one of the many Dans. Yeah, Cap has so many Dans. I'm the news one.
Good news. We have Dan's news.
Yeah. Good news, everyone.
Good.
Meanwhile.
Sorry, give me 1 second, guys.
There's the thing. Bring up the chat here.
Still got my soothing music going.
I like your soothing music. It's very jazzy. It's like an elevator that you don't want to get off.
All right. Almost ready to go here. All right, so folks, so once again, I'm not able to broadcast the screen share program like I was because Skype is, with everything else that's going on, is making that impossible. So everybody's going to need to sync with us if at all possible. And you've got DC Universe, don't you, Kareem?
I do.
Okay, so we're going to watch Batman Beyond, and the episode in question is a sneak peek in Season 2, so Episode 18.
Excuse me.
Or does DC Universe not have Batman Beyond? I thought it did.
It does. Season 2, episode 18.
Yeah.
I'm on there.
Did you find it? I'm not finding it right away. Hold on.
I just hit search and I.
Oh, there we go.
Because they have the comic on there.
I clicked on the wrong thing. It's got like DC Universe shorts, and I was like, "Is that all it has?" And like, no, it had. Okay, I found it.
Very good.
I thought it was here, but they keep pulling stuff on and off. But mostly movies. Usually they're shows they keep on. Kareem, how are you, man? It's been a little bit.
I'm good. I'm hanging in there. As good as I can be.
Well, it's
any of us can do.
Cool of you to pop in. We're gonna do this, and then we're gonna go on to a little bit of Justice League. And Dan, feel free to stick around as long as you're able.
Sure.
And feel free to leave when you get sick of talking to me.
All right. See y'all later. Thank you for having me on.
See you, buddy. Yeah. Wow, I shouldn't have given him that green light.
Yeah, I know exactly.
Oh, you guys can see my notes. You guys can see all my notes.
And I can't seem to find Season 2.
So the season thing is up in the top right-hand corner. It's the most counterintuitive possible place to put it.
It's not super apparent. It'll say Season 1, and then you can click the drop down.
It's really dumb.
Then their app crashes on the Xbox all the time.
Oh, really?
Well, when I was trying to read the comics, when I was reading, what was it, Lovers and
Mad Men, yeah.
The app crashed all the time. It was really annoying reading the comics. Watching the shows, it's never been an issue, but...
What episode did you guys say?
18 of Season 2.
18.
And I don't remember right away which one this one is. But
Yeah, I
we'll
haven't
find
watched
out.
the show in years.
Yeah. This is, again, recommended by Sebastian Artola. So thank you.
I'm reading the description. This sounds like a Star Trek TNG episode.
And apparently Michael McKean is in this episode. And he was in a Star Trek episode.
Oh, interesting. I love Michael McKean. We've been watching. We were watching The Good Place, and he popped up in there. I was like, oh, dang. We've been watching so much Saul recently too.
Yeah,
So.
of course. Okay, is everybody ready?
Yep.
Kareem, are you good?
I'm good.
Okay, let's get right into it. If you want to stream it with us, make sure you press play when I say now. Here we go. Everybody, please press play right now.
It's a soft now there to sync up to.
Now! Do it now!
Well, now if you do it now, you're gonna be too late.
Yeah,
I love this intro.
you'll eventually
I
get
know,
there.
right?
So
This
bad.
is the first show when I bought a projector. This was the first show that I watched on a big projector screen because I just knew it would look pretty that way, and it did. Yeah, definitely some of my favorite intro music too. Jeff had to go home finally. He's got the record right now for being with me the longest. We'll see if somebody breaks it later, but. Kareem, I'm past my 12th hour.
How you holding up, buddy?
So far, I'm good. I am okay.
No coffee. Wow.
Just gotta keep trucking through. No coffee. I have been having a lot of tea though.
Okay. That counts.
Tea, the fancy man's coffee.
Oh, look, foreshadowing, because this episode's called Sneak Peek.
Yeah, the
It's
inside
peek. Yeah. I don't remember this right away at all.
Peek
And I've
is
done a
that
top
guy's
10 on
name?
this show. I've watched all the way through it. Sorry, what?
He's Australian.
Well, that's gross.
Yeah, really. Oh my.
Animation still is good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yet here she is just a day ago, meeting with one of the town's most notorious genetic suppliers. Maybe
Lion Man.
he's out to become the
Oh, yeah, we're always dealing with splicing.
Mm-hmm.
And now for
It's always about the splicing. Can we just stop spitting everywhere?
Paxton Powell. Remember him? We haven't heard much
Oh, apparently this is on my top 10
from his blighted father. Maybe it's because
Oh.
Really?
in my rewind. I did that years ago. I don't even remember.
He doesn't even know what episode this is anymore.
No, I don't. We're already a couple minutes in and I don't even remember. Thanks, Blue Dragon 5. He's like, it's on your top 10. This is one. Could you guys please tell me what my favorite things are? Because I.
I want to see.
Tackle him, Terry. Oh.
I don't want to watch.
Get them. We don't get enough standard family drama in this show, really. We need a whole episode of just like Terry and his brother fighting over
home
cereal.
That would have been kind of cool. Little bottle episode.
Everyone's making fun of me for not remembering this episode.
and you'll see it all from inside. All right, everybody, that's a wrap.
Get this off of me. He just threw it on the ground. What a jerk.
Great show, Ian. Great show.
There's an Alan Burnett script.
It's like you're right there next to him.
I never got how Terry's mom is a redhead. He's got like jet black hair.
Oh yeah. From his dad's side.
I guess so.
I think that
Gotta have
gene
variety.
always comes from the father, so that makes sense. Am I right about that?
Oh.
I think
Yeah,
I think
that-
hair is always from the male side.
Something like that. I just know that my grandfather on both sides were bald and I'm screwed.
Kareem, you're supposed to know everything. Don't you know if I'm right about that or not?
Intellect. I have no idea.
Aren't you an expert on hair?
Well, no, it makes sense because isn't
Genealogy.
His real dad is Bruce Wayne in this continuity, right? From the
Well-
Justice League episode.
Yeah, ultimately, which by the way is on the list. We're supposed to do that.
I've always hated that choice, by the way.
Well, you're
Bruce
watching
Wayne
it,
is like
sir.
Terry's
Unless you
dad?
leave.
Ew.
He's like, nah, I'm not doing that episode. I'm done.
I love that episode. It's just I don't like the choice.
We're basically going to watch two Batman Beyonds because we're also going to watch it. Yeah, I don't like that choice either. And some of the other producers of these shows fought Bruce Timm tooth and nail on that. That was the thing he wanted, nobody else liked.
Wow, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
You know, I don't want to spend this whole time just bashing the Arrowverse, but just going back in Batman Beyond right now reminds me that they just did a backdoor pilot for a show that's supposed to be set 20 years ahead, and it looks exactly like present day. And it just really irritates me. It's like, if you're going to do that, why don't you do like a Batman Beyond type thing? There's like one token hologram, that's it.
How do you get that little pad through?
I always like the
That's a good question.
security design, futuristic cops.
I like that their ties are always arrows pointing up.
Everyone in the future has cool jackets.
And why does that guy have pointed ears? Looks like a Vulcan.
The guitar in this show.
Yeah,
Rock.
Caleb, Spider-Man Unlimited is a weird show. It's not great. It also has animal people. But it's interesting. That's a good line. Where are our flying cars, you guys? Where are they?
I know, right? Every single vision of the future sold us on this. And then we hear all the scientists say, it's impractical. Well, I want flying cars. Make it practical. Can you
So
imagine
glad
the
I-
amount of people crashing, though?
So I'm glad I get to go back and experience this like it's my first time.
This is my favorite Batmobile of all time.
Really? That's cool.
Yeah.
Nobody ever brings that up in Batmobiles because they expect something that's rolling.
Yeah, I love this Batmobile. I love how it's hooked up to the suit. It's so cool.
Yeah.
I never think of it as a Batmobile because it's flying. I was thinking of it more as a Batwing. But I guess it technically is if it's a universe with flying cars. It's a car. I know,
Okay,
Anthony
that takes
Cabera.
care of that.
Yeah, how do you make a show like Spider-Man Unlimited, not just make it Spider-Man 2099? I mean, to be fair, it's not futuristic. Like it feels futuristic, but it's set on another planet. But like, yeah, that's obviously, and that suit would translate so well to an animated show. I mean, obviously we got to see
Never
it.
thought of it like that. That's totally right. Why wouldn't you make a Miguel O'Hara show?
Yeah. And let Peter David show run the thing.
Oh, that would be great.
I think Oscar Isaac was the voice of him in the Spider-Verse, right?
For the 6 seconds when he's there, and then they just make a joke out of
he's-
it.
yeah,
And,
like 6 seconds, everybody's there.
And, of course, he looks
Spider-Man
awesome,
at some
but-
point.
yeah. No, and I love Spider-Verse, but I love Spider-Man 2099, and I want them to actually make a 2099 movie, and it's
Yeah.
just going to be more Spider-Verse, and
Now we're getting Morbius instead. Yeah.
The most popular of Spider-Man
Yeah.
villains.
Morbius is Marvel's most popular character.
It's a celebration, don't you know?
No, Blue Dragon 5, that show absolutely didn't predate 2099. It's like 98, 99, and 2099 is like 4 years before that.
This is like Nightcrawler, but the Jake Gyllenhaal movie, but in Batman Beyond.
That's hilarious. Why is everyone in the scene wearing green?
Because it's a green room.
Oh, we're
This
in the
is green
green room.
class.
They did it so that they could chroma key themselves out, because it would be funny.
That's one way to put it. Then there must be a way for one solid object to move through another.
Well, most scientists believe nuclear forces make that impossible.
You said most.
There was one scientist who thought
I'm
Forgot about
actually
Peter
paying
Parker.
attention in class.
I forgot how Peter Parker Terry is in this series.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, really.
It never
And-
occurred to me as a kid. He's so serious.
It's amazing that he's so much like Spider-Man, but they make me believe that he should be considered Batman and have this mantle. Especially after Return of the Joker.
Well, he's not awkward like Peter Parker is.
No, he's real confident. Because he's more of like a streetwise kid, right? Like, he's a lot closer to a Robin.
gangsters, they act like big
For sure.
Yeah.
until they
than a Spider-Man.
That's what Tom Lowlife Jimmy Lynn just did, and I've got the tape. Here he is spilling his guts to DA.
That's Michael McKean doing Peak. I didn't realize.
Oh, that's who. Okay, weird.
That's him doing the Australian accent.
Wow, it's almost unrecognizable.
Yeah.
It's so
I was
weird.
just starting to get what's it called? Spinal Tap.
I
memories
love
there.
Spinal Tap.
No. Oh, that's not Australian. That's very British.
They're nothing to worry about. I'm untouchable. That's exactly.
Now touch him, Terry. Go poke him.
Get him.
Moving through walls. If I could do that, I'd be a very rich reward.
Man, I still can't get my mind around that voice. I probably didn't even mention McKean in that review, but who knows what I said in that. That guy's carrying a super scope. That's a super scope. That's a super scope.
How many times would you say you've seen this episode? You think?
Maybe just the once.
Oh yeah, and it was already a top 10 worthy.
Because, well, I mean, I didn't know the show super well when I did the top 10, and
Okay.
when I do those, I just go watch through a series and take notes and
Yeah, yeah.
write my 10. So, like, you know, this is a project over a week or two, and it was years ago, and I've slept like twice since then. The third time will be tomorrow. Kareem, what is your favorite animated Batman show besides TAS?
That's a good question. It would have to be the Batman.
The Batman.
I like that show.
Oh, yeah,
It
well,
has
we just
some-
watched a really good episode of that earlier tonight.
It has some curious, choices and stuff, but I think it holds up.
I'm liking it more and more every time I watch more of it. We just watched the Robin Origin episode, and it's really super good.
Yeah.
It's very underrated, I'd say.
It is, but I keep running into people who are younger than me where that's the Batman show they grew up with. Like, and like the only thing they know, like, that's the only Batman show DJ knows.
Wow.
I know. And I let him moderate the live shows too. I don't.
After you heard that, you slightly considered taking him off.
You know, there was that thought, but he's just too good at it, is the thing.
I met Kevin Conroy a couple weeks ago, and it was just like, why is Batman talking to me? Like,
Yeah.
it's just so weird. He's just a normal guy. It's just so
He's super cool in person, yeah.
weird. Yeah, he's very warm.
Did you just go to a con, or
No, it was just a job thing.
was it? That's what I thought, baby. Yeah. Your job is too cool, and I don't like you for it.
It's some sort of
Take
Like,
that. What,
it's Batman.
what do you do, Green?
I work in marketing at a big comic book retailer.
Oh, nice. Super cool.
chief curator is this
Yep.
man. You know him
It's
as
very
Batman.
interesting.
Yeah, he's got like
One that I'll reveal tonight.
a job I would love to have. Instead, I have to just sit around and stay up all night watching TV shows.
Oh, woohoo.
And you'll find out what part he's
Okay, that's fair.
greatest.
I want screen caps of these blurred out faces of them. They look hilarious.
No, what I want is that scene where somebody takes a screenshot of that, they say enhance, and then they're able to make the perfect face out of it.
Oh gosh. Law and Order is the worst about that. Watch so many episodes where they're like, "Can you enhance that?" and it zooms and it turns into a different picture, and I'm like, "Stop with what you're doing. Can't do that."
Look at that super futuristic flip phone he has.
Yeah, this is before the social media age.
Yeah. March 25th,
Yeah,
2000.
and in my mind, like last Tuesday.
I know, right? It's literally almost 20 years ago this
I
episode
remember
aired.
walking around on KU campus in the early 2000s counting cell phones. From like, oh man, this is taking over. Everybody's got cell phones now. And then Kareem's all back in the day.
Back in the day. I remember when this show aired. I was so excited.
I was one of those skeptical people that thought this was a bad idea and then was immediately won over by it.
Well, I was a kid, so I liked anything Batman, but
Yeah.
I'm amazed that this show has endured. Like, it shouldn't work at all, and it's amazing. Like, the idea of it.
Yeah, it really shouldn't work.
Like, a teen Batman is so lame on paper. But, they nailed it.
Obviously, the visual style and stuff helps a lot. Like, I think with the Batman costume, besides just the wonderful simplicity of it, and the red on black, because that's always cool, but, like, the smartest move they made with that is a complete, like mask through the whole face. It's such a good idea. Because
I never got how it works. Like,
no, that's what I like about it. It's so comic book. Like, it makes no sense. It's like Spider-Man's eyes moving when he's emoting. Like, I don't need an explanation for that. And that's why, as soon as people made a big deal in the early 2000s out of wanting a Batman Beyond live-action movie, the first thing I thought was, you can't make that mask look right. Like, you can't do that. Like, he's gonna have to, like, paint his mouth just like you paint the eyes.
That's funny. Yeah, I never thought of it like that. They might cover the mouth in the movie.
Did I pick this because this guy reminded me of the Spot or something?
Mom, Matt, there's so
Even his villains are kind of Peter Parker-ish. They're all freak accidents.
can't wait.
Yeah.
I'm Batman.
Yeah.
You know,
Best
I
reaction to I'm Batman.
just had a dumb thought.
Yeah, I forgot he said that in the show. We never talk about that as an I'm Batman line.
I'm Batman.
I just had a dumb thought. I was like, "Where's his dad?" And I'm
No,
like,
no.
Kareem, origin.
First episode.
Joker gang.
Hey, wait a minute, where's his paw?
Yeah, to you being surprised, Cream, about how good the show was. When DC Universe came out, it had been so long since I watched the show, and I put on the first couple episodes, and I was like, man, I forgot how good this show actually was. Like, I was surprised at how well it held up.
Especially that first season.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, and then after that, it's still good, but, and I mean, second season's better than the third season. It gets kind of meandery, but I still wish it had more of an overarching story like it did that first season.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we got to that in Unlimited, but I really wish the show had
Superman,
continued with
the
that.
animated series, I'm watching it now, and it has a lot of that. It has a lot of arcing storylines.
Yeah, more than I remembered.
Yeah. I love old Bruce Wayne in this universe.
Yeah.
Obsequious. What a great use of the word.
I even have the belt. You stole it. You're the one who started the fire. I had to have it. To him, it was just some experiment, but to me, it was power. A chance to kick my career.
Yeah, I feel like when you go up against a guy who's got like a big giant hole in his chest, but he's still walking around, and you're like 80 years old, maybe you don't grab him by the lapel.
The cat, he's back.
Well, that's true. Huh.
He does look like the Spot.
I get it. Yeah, like I get that he doesn't have the same kind of powers, but
No one's seen it but me.
Oh, a disc.
Take it.
This is supposed to be the future. Why is there a disc? I guess this is 2000 though, so CDs were pretty forward thinking.
No, if they wanted to be more futuristic, they would have been much smaller discs, you see.
Yeah, that's true. GameCube was around then. They had
That's
the
true.
discs.
And the scene is very intense, Dan.
How long is this supposed to be after the animated series? Like 40 years or something like that?
I forget what the actual number is. I want to say they tell us for sure in the pilot, where they give us like a definitive number, but I can't remember. Excuse me. Ah.
Looks like there's only one person left.
20 years into the future.
Oh, wow.
It's not even that far.
Gotham just, like, transformed.
Yeah. Time happens. It's like we're 20 years off this episode premiering pretty much.
It'd be cool if Nightfall happened in this continuity and like Lex and Bruce Wayne rebuilt the city.
Oh, well, yeah, I know. That would have been great.
That would
But-
have been so cool.
But this was just as that was happening.
Yeah.
Or did you mean No Man's Land?
Yeah, no Man's Land.
Yeah, because No Man's Land was like 98, 99, so that was just before this. The first screen thing that I know of that references No Man's Land at all is Birds of Prey, which was in 02.
Wow. I didn't even know that.
And that's why it has New Gotham, because, like, they don't talk about No Man's Land, but it's really clear that it's New Gotham because No Man's Land happened and Gotham was kind of destroyed, and there's a club that the metahumans all go to that's called No Man's Land.
That's awesome. Is that on your list, by the way?
No, we're not watching any of that today. I was surprised that nobody requested it. And I
remember
thought
that
about throwing
yeah.
one in, but we were doing so much Batman stuff that was requested anyway.
Yeah.
That was real intense, that ending.
It's
I
so
do-
weird that I didn't
I
really remember that.
one.
I need to go back through that show again, apparently. Remember back when I knew stuff about Batman? You remember that?
That's like me with Star Trek at points. I'm so far removed from having watched that show so regularly that it's like I've been losing little bits. Although that episode, like just reading that description reminded me of the episode where, what was it? Ensign Rowe and Geordi are both incorporeal and they can't, like, nobody can see them after the transporter.
Yeah, the
accident.
next phase.
Yeah, that's a good episode.
It's
I always wondered why
okay.
they aren't falling
Should've
through
been more
the
of a
deck
character
like you
piece.
just did right then.
I know, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, that's the most realistic phasing thing I've seen.
Yeah. And you just
Kitty
keep
Pryde's
going.
worst nightmare.
Was Epilogue in Justice League or in Unlimited? That's the
That
next
was
thing we're doing.
Unlimited.
I thought so. Let me just bring up real quick who requested that so I can
I think that was me.
mention that. I don't think your name is on this anywhere.
It's my YouTube channel.
Oh, what is your YouTube channel?
Odd Man Out.
I didn't even know that. It's always weird when I'm talking to people with their YouTube channel name and I don't realize this is just a person I know. Like, that's always weird. Sorry, let me find this real quick, guys. No, you must have. It must have been a couple of people. Oh, you know what? You requested Spectacular Spider-Man. We did that this morning.
Oh, cool.
But Elish Lee asked for Epilogue. Is that also you? Are you also Elish Lee? Oh, okay.
No.
He's like, no, that's me. Hi there, that's me.
It'd be funny if I had an awkward name like, you know, somebody killed Captain Logan. That's my YouTube name.
Captain Logan's a mook. My favorite.
Might pop out before the next one. Actually, not
Are you-
feeling the best.
Are you getting tired? Oh, I'm sorry, man.
No, it's just my stomach's been stupid. It was stupid before. That's why I was taking a nap before we actually did this. But yeah, I'm not feeling the best today.
Well, I understand, man. I mean, I'm gonna
This has
cry
been
and probably
awesome, and I
never
wish I
talk to
could
you
have hung
again.
out for more.
But,
Nice to meet you, man.
That was a good pop off. Yeah, Kareem, it's nice to meet you. There was a couple of different peeps today that I wasn't like I had never seen before. I think Brent.
You got to meet
was
Brent.
there.
You got to meet Jeff.
Yeah, very briefly.
Well, I guess you
I'd
saw
never
Brent,
met
you
Jeff.
didn't-
Well, I had seen Jeff before. I just never met Jeff. So, yeah, buddy.
I've got the wrong number written down for Epilogue. I'm not finding it right away.
Uh-oh.
Are we sure that's an unlimited
That's
episode?
Season 1, I think. That's the end of season 1.
Is it? Yes, it's the end of season 1. There it is. I found it. I had a completely wrong number written down. That's so weird. Anyway, well, hey, thanks for hanging out with us, buddy. I appreciate it.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, I wish you could have stuck around for more.
Oh, I understand, man. You were here a long time. I appreciate it.
Alrighty, well, catch y'all later, and good luck with the rest of the 24 hours here. You got a good another, what, something like 13-ish hours left?
Yeah, we'll be all right. Thanks, man.
You got it. But yeah, alright. See y'all.
All right, we'll see you
Bye,
later.
buddy.
Then,
Bye.
take care.
Well, Kareem, it's just me and you, sir.
And then there was 2.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and knock out this unlimited episode before the next break. So, guys, if you want to watch it with us, it is season 1, episode 26. 26, the last episode of season 1. I knew that. I just forgot about that. We're gonna watch an episode that Kareem doesn't like, which is totally totally fair. Because I feel the same way. Like, I think this is a really well done episode. I think elderly Amanda Waller is hilarious, but
Now, is this Dwayne McDuffie that wrote this?
yes, I think this was a Dwayne McDuffie script.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. I think so.
I hate the creative choice in this, but we'll get to it.
Okay, let's go ahead and jump right into it. Get ready to press play when I say now, everybody, if you want to stream it with me. And we're going to go ahead and get right into it. Everybody, please press play right now. "65 years from now." Well, there's a timestamp. We were wondering about that earlier. We got a timestamp. Although that's like even later because this is an older Terry McGinnis. So this has got to be like a 105-year-old Bruce Wayne, right? Like,
I like his trench coat.
geriatric doesn't even cover it at this point.
How is Batman still alive?
He's keeping himself together with like lattice work. He's doing the Kingdom Come thing, like.
Yeah,
Steven, if you're still here, thanks for
always
being here for
thought-
so long, man. You were awesome. We appreciate you, buddy. I'm sorry, Green Good.
I always thought this was an interesting episode. Even as a kid, I just was like, really? He's his biological son?
Yeah, and it's just so retroactive.
Yeah. And it's like, he kind of already is.
And he earned it.
Yeah.
Again, especially in Return of the Joker, like that whole movie is about why he's Batman. And then we have to retroactively say, no, this was all a big scheme by Bruce Wayne. And it doesn't track with the pilot. When you go back and look at that first episode, there's no way that Bruce expected him to be there or knew who he was or anything.
It reads like they missed Batman Beyond, and they wanted to just do a nod to it.
Yeah, but what's weird is they also did that 2-part episode with the Justice League from Beyond. Like, they went back to Beyond.
Oh yeah, they went back to. Is that Return of the Joker or?
No, in this show, in Unlimited, they did a 2-parter with the Justice League from Unlimited.
Oh, that's right.
And yeah, no, I think it's a lot more Bruce Timm just always wanted this thing, so retroactively he made an episode and threw it in.
Yeah.
And then there's that weird Phantasm thing. And I don't understand that. I don't know how Phantasm is now running around as a mercenary.
How could you do it to me, Bruce? The only thing
It's a good script. Don't get me wrong. I like going back and watching this episode. I just don't like the choice.
Same.
You got really muscular, Terry McGinnis. Like, holy crap.
He looks like Batman.
Oh, that's right. TH1 says it wasn't Bruce, it was Waller. I forgot that he didn't know. Okay. It's been a while since I watched this.
I remember that. I still don't like it.
It's still watched very retroactive, though.
Put that thing away. Take off your coat and sit a spell.
But then, if I don't know, it still seems way too convenient and everything.
And it ruins Terry's origin, because it's such a chilling beginning to have his dad be murdered by the Joker gang. Because Bruce, spent his life warring on crime, and it didn't happen. It's still happening. The thing he wanted to stop is still happening.
Well, I can't remember. Does it turn out that his entire history with all of that was like orchestrated by Waller? That like she made sure that his dad got killed and all of that so that he would become Batman?
Is that what they did?
I guess we'll find out because I don't remember.
Because I know it was.
That's all way too easy if not.
Yeah, it was set up by Powers, right?
The bad guys ever found out I was back?
Yeah.
The business guy.
By hurting you. Blah, blah, blah.
It's nothing to joke about.
Right.
I always like Dana.
Hiding in a tall grass.
Me too.
Poison, Dana. Cursed.
But I like her better with long hair.
It's not silly for
Yeah.
anyone to
How do you feel about the black and white?
I'm cool with it. I don't know how I feel about the widescreen.
That's a risk I'm willing to take.
I don't know why we did that. I don't know why you changed the aspect ratio. Is it somehow give it more weight? It's like,
Cap.
I'm saying we're
it's a really weird aspect ratio, though.
Terry looks a lot more mature. I guess
Yeah,
that's the point.
I like his model for being older when we have like 30-something Terry.
guess that's what all this is about.
How is Amanda Waller still alive?
Doubt you can find this pattern.
Well, once again, she's holding herself together with some kind of lattice work, and
Anyone be their own man living someone else.
I'm gonna say lattice work and Lazarus Pit. That's
Yeah. Everyone drinks Lazarus Pit.
okay. So Robert Wilde says it really is all a big coincidence, which might be worse, and I think it is kind of worse.
I would offer my condolences, but that would be insincere.
Okay, I think it is kind of weird to do a big action scene in the black and white.
I always like that the Justice League is still going on. I like the Justice League Beyond.
I will go on record to say I do not care for them.
Really?
Yeah, I never liked them. I thought they were too generic. And the comics didn't help either. Like, we did the Justice League Beyond comics. I didn't like them there. That would have been the place to really flesh them out and
I
make them
haven't seen
cool.
this in a while. I remember an old Static Shock. I always liked that show. And John Stewart, Green Lantern, he had a son that was like Hawkman or something.
I am really oh, I forgot about that.
Oh yeah, they're serious.
I am really questioning. That's one of my favorite villains in the show, Shriek.
Oh, Shriek. Yeah.
I am now questioning the black and white in a way I wasn't before. I just think it's really weird to be watching a scene like that in black and white. It's like ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da, there's no color. It's I don't know. It's kind of weird.
I'm not working with you guys anymore.
What are you talking about? You can't quit. The Justice League needs
See,
you.
the morality of Amanda Waller is kind of black and white. No.
Oh, man, I get it now. It's just you got to be more understated if you're gonna do that whole thing.
When did you figure
It's
it
weird
all
to
out?
see Batman Beyond, like his suit, and he's more bulkier. He has like a bulkier build.
Yeah, and he's got like a muscle chest.
Yeah.
And it doesn't
And it
look
looks like-
great on that suit, because what was always nice about that suit was that it was really streamlined and simple and had no lines.
So, ran a DNA test. Once I worked up the nerve. I was 16 years old when you started training me, Bruce. A punk kid with a smart mouth and potential I didn't even suspect. I may have pretended otherwise, but I looked up to you. Worshipped you. What you wanted from me, I couldn't give to anyone. Tell me something I don't know.
The drama's really good. It's just,
Yeah, it's just a misstep.
yeah. It would have been great if it wasn't for that retroactive "He's Your Son."
I'm questioning the scale of some of these costumes in the glass. This is a Harley Quinn costume that, compared to everything else, looks like massive.
And why would he keep that?
Never laid a hand on me, although Lord knows.
Well, because, you see, they became good friends later, and then when she started looking like Suicide Squad Harley Quinn, she didn't need that outfit anymore. So she brought it over to him, and he kept it for her. That's what happened.
Another lie. Another in the long list of things you've stolen from me. My point is, I just found out that Warren McGinnis isn't my father. You are.
Yeah.
What do you want from me?
Terry
oh.
is very like Nightwing in this,
Yeah!
as far as like his relationship with.
It'd be really funny if he decided to stop being Batman after this, but he had to come up with something that wasn't just Nightwing.
I am Batwing.
Well, cinemagraphically, we were just talking about that earlier. Like, I think it's a misstep just because it's too retroactive, and like Kareem was saying earlier, it really downplays the origin and a lot of the character arc of this character from before. That he has to be literally Bruce Wayne's son. Like, he earned Batman. He doesn't need to genetically also be Batman. I don't like this idea that you cannot count as Batman unless you are Bruce Wayne's blood.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I was
That's-
just about to say that. I
that's
hate
the long and short of it
Chosen
for
One
me.
plots. Yeah,
what's that?
I hate Chosen One plots, and it kind of reaches that. Like, you have to be kind of in his lineage to carry this mantle.
Yeah, it's and I especially hate them when that wasn't the whole point in the first place. You know, like I like the Chosen One plot in the Matrix. That's what the story's about. Like,
I mean, sure, yeah. It works if the story's right.
Robert, while this episode just doesn't track with the pilot, like I was saying, Terry's dad was still killed under completely unrelated circumstances, and he met Bruce on accident because fate. Yeah, exactly. And like you say, you don't like Chosen One plots. I don't like fate because it makes it easier to tell the story plots.
Yeah. And I don't like, you know, everything you did was retroactively part of my plan all along.
Yeah. And you like clearly weren't actually building it that way, and then you look back and it unravels.
I always preferred Unlimited to Justice League.
Well, me too.
Matches the scale of the comics. I love this storyline. This is the best thing about this episode.
I forgot all
I don't know
about
if you
this.
remember, Cap.
Mm-mm.
Oh, it's very good. It almost saves the episode.
Oh, there's Stargirl. But I mean, like I said, I tend to kind of tune out when we get to the Justice League from this show. Man, we just cannot get away from the Royal Flush Kick. Oh, I forgot about 10.
I never liked the long ears on Batman.
I'm not a big long ear guy either. Am I remembering that right? Is 10 McGinnis's Catwoman?
I haven't seen this.
Isn't that who that is? And that's why
I
she's
always
still
thought
around.
Ink was.
Well, yeah, he's got a couple of different Catwoman, kind of, but yeah.
Should have recognized your hand in this.
No time for the usual pleasantries. Before you go after Ace,
There's one episode where Bruce and Terry are walking in the distance, and he's like, "Let me tell you about a woman named Selena Kyle." And I was like that.
it's worse than you
Yeah.
think. Ace's powers have evolved. She
Yep.
doesn't create hallucinations anymore. She telekinetically warps reality.
You trying to tell me all this is real?
Real, growing, and permanent if we don't put a stop to it all.
Sometimes we go a little bit too overboard with the gestures in these shows, where it's like, wait, really?
When she goes, the sun
Start moving around like the Tac Tac from Voyager, like.
that's a distance
It was 2003, Cap. Come on.
They're not on stage.
We were still learning. Young Justice is great, man. If you haven't watched it.
We had to watch a Young Justice episode this morning.
The only one of us ace.
Oh, cool.
I have only watched through the first season and a little bit of 2, and I will go back and finally
The only way to
Very
stop
good.
Ace
get through that at some point.
is to kill her.
But I'm gonna have to rewatch the first season because it's been so long, and like I said, I've slept like twice.
Very much in the spirit of these, like the tone.
I don't know anything about Stargirl. I hope that TV show ends up being good. But man, I've always
Oh,
loved
it-
her costume. It's a cool suit.
She looks like Captain America.
Yeah, I love that suit.
I was like Batman with supernatural stuff when it's done right.
Yeah. Yeah, because he's out of his element,
Yeah.
and this is a fun setting to put Batman in. Would you ever see Batman in a like in like an ancient castle?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. This is like one of my favorite moments in the series. Like, and then immediately after we just ruin it.
Oh, I didn't realize that's what they did with this, or I had forgotten that Batman names his dog Ace after this Ace.
Oh wow, I never caught that.
That's not a terrible idea.
No, that's really cool.
Guys, have to bear with me real quick. I gotta do something on my phone while we're watching this.
Object with your mind. Yeah, I can move it. They weren't really games, you know. They were training me, turning me into a weapon for justice, they said. They got their weapon. I got cheated out of my childhood. Too, don't you?
And I'm really just drawn into this.
Yeah. Your parents weren't murdered by criminals. Yes, they were.
Was that a Forever reference?
It was.
What does that stand for?
Stay with me.
No, character stuff is great in this, like as far as Batman. Oh man, right at the heartstrings.
Yeah, this is one of those shows that's just kind of hard to talk over.
Yeah, it's always like on. The drama's always good. There's a couple fillers, but
Hey, Batman, follow the yellow brick road.
where's Toto? Yeah, I never liked the long
That's
hair.
the
Like
Bruce Wayne I came to know.
Yeah, but they got to be consistent with that character model because that's what he had in the show.
Somehow already deduced that Ace wasn't really gonna hurt her.
I keep having to remind myself that this is a Justice League episode where it's like, oh, why are we doing all this Justice League stuff? Oh yeah, that's right, because it's a Justice League show.
yeah, we were. It doesn't help that we just watched Batman Beyond.
I never had a chance.
Bruce did.
Yeah, that's right. So I always remember that Terry thinks that Batman came up with all this, but it was actually Waller. Like, I always forget the part that where Waller did it.
Because the world needs a Batman. Not that I always thought so. Before you were
But like, why does it have to be genetic? Like, he could be genetically Bruce Wayne's kid and not end up being Batman. Like, you create another Batman by like either training someone to be Batman, or if you're Waller, like manipulating their background where you make sure and like kill their parents or something. Like,
Yeah. It's kind of like theme over story. Like they had this idea, and it really doesn't gel with the rest of the show.
I thought
and
Kinda makes
it weirdly
boring.
watches like a like almost a what if story or something where like you almost don't, or at least me, like I almost don't want it to count. Like,
No, yeah. I kind of want it to be an Elseworlds,
someone who finally managed to
like Over the Edge.
yeah, we watched that earlier tonight.
Oh, cool! I love that episode.
I used my own Cadmus connections to gather the technology necessary for Project Batman Beyond.
Yeah, and I don't like that either. I don't like getting the name of the show
Yeah.
in there as the name of the project.
Left it all on the table.
Yeah.
Beyond.
Not remotely what I meant. Then I found
I just want to rewrite.
psychological profiles identical to those of Bruce's parents.
Neo Gotham.
Father thought he was getting evolution. Actually,
Everything in the future is Neo.
the nanotech
Yes.
Tokyo from Akira.
productive material
And I feel like Neo Tokyo shows up in like 4 other unrelated things. Right,
Oh
like-
yeah, it's a big manga thing.
a child sharing half her genetic material and half Bruce's. But when you're making a
Robert, wow, Project Batman Beyond might be the worst idea in the long sad history of bad ideas.
stop it.
I have a hard time accepting that this counts.
Parents have just taken you to the rousing
I wonder
And then-
if the comics do this.
And then just there's so many, like, kind of almost, I don't know, kind of shoehorn references. Like, okay, it's cool that you threw Grey Ghost in there, I guess, but like,
My plan.
am I really expected to believe that in the future suddenly Grey Ghost has a resurgence? And just throwing that out there. And
It's a
then
150-year-old movie.
and then we hired Phantasm as an assassin?
I argued with
Do I really buy that she would go on killing people past the person she wanted revenge on?
obsessive that he'd do anything to achieve his goals.
Wait, is this
And-
supposed to be Andrew?
Yes, it is. And at like
Wow.
69 years old, like, no, they had her take her mask off just so that you knew for sure that it was Andrea.
I didn't know it was that. I thought it
Yeah.
was just, somebody just took the villain. mask.
That whole thing is weird. And like when
No,
she
that-
assassinates people, does she still go up and be like, "Your angel of death awaits"?
It's a well done episode. It reads like Wayne McDuffie is a fan of all this stuff and he just wants it all to mix together.
When I meet him. But I'd like to believe
like he's a fan of Master Phantasm, Batman Beyond, all that.
Maybe the angels need a sharp
Well written. It's just
like the good book says, he moves in mysterious ways.
Well, the first time I saw this, I think I probably loved it just because of the novelty of it. But like the more I think about it, it just kind of unravels.
I remember as a kid, I was like, I missed Batman Beyond. So when they brought this back, I was like, yeah. Then when you watch it, you're like, it makes no sense.
Yeah, Robert, I don't know what exactly you do with Phantasm after that movie. I would have kind of left it alone. But I don't mind bringing it into comics because you can retell that story and do totally different things with it if you want to.
Phantasm is actually going to be the villain in Tom King's new.
Yeah, I know. That's what he's referring to. Yeah, and was a book that was originally supposed to come out in January, and then they put it off because the art took a long time. Because I forget who's drawing that, but Tom King decided that he wanted the whole thing drawn by one person because he wanted it to be like some of his other like long form like 12-issue things, and originally it was supposed to be a different artist every issue.
Ah, okay.
Terry?
Oh.
I don't think your mouth moved when you said hi.
I'm glad that we didn't do any silly things like Robin Beyond. A lot of just like corny things you can do. They really just streamline the whole concept.
Yeah, and usually when they would come back and bring back a villain or have somebody take up the mantle of another character, they usually did it because they had a really good idea for it.
Yeah. Oh, the Bane episode is great.
Yes! That is messed up, man.
I didn't like the Mr. Freeze episode.
Oh, I love the Mr. Freeze episode.
Oh, when he's just a head.
Yeah! Well, it's just great. Like, if you don't like the Mr. Freeze on spindly legs thing in the first place, then you're not going to want to follow up for it, but, like, I like that a lot.
Anything.
I've got it covered. Always.
He's just like a Futurama head.
It would have been more heartwarming if he wasn't his son.
Yeah, I think the most
Still takes
unbelievable.
care of him.
I think the most unbelievable thing about this is that Bruce Wayne is still alive.
When I get back, you're a stubborn piece of work, you know that.
I mean, Waller too, but especially Bruce Wayne. Like, he's got both feet in the grave right now. I mean, it is fun that they had to design an even older Bruce Wayne.
Ooh, I like the theme, the futuristic theme, mixed with the old Batman animated series.
They do that in Beyond in a few places.
Oh, this is a reference to the first episode.
Yes, that's what they're doing there. That was a McDuffie script, yeah. Well, there we go. I apologize to folks that really like that episode, because I know that's kind of a beloved episode for some people, but, and like, it's fun to watch, but...
Yeah. I treat it as an Elseworlds thing.
Yeah, I think it's really hard not to. Well, anyway, Kareem, we're going to take a break for just a couple minutes, and then I'm going to call you right back. So in the meantime, thanks a lot for hanging out with us, guys, and we'll see you in just a couple of minutes.
See you guys.
Alright, folks, I'm back. The next thing we're going to do is a two-part Justice League episode that was requested by Nicholas D. Virgilio called A Better World. This is Season 2, Episode 11 to 12. And I'm going to call up Kareem right now and get him back in. Hello, sir.
Back online.
We are live again,
Hello there.
and we are ready for action, tingling for fun, as it were. Okay, let me drop out the coffee table music, the coffee house music, coffee table music. This is the music that you listen to when you're reading coffee table books. I can't wait to see what stupid things I say as we get further into the night, Kareem. Okay, Kareem, we're gonna watch. Are you good for a two-parter?
Sure. That's probably all I'm good for.
No, that's what I figured. Yeah. Well, and right after that, I gotta get Alexi on to do some Angels, so that will work out perfectly. Okay, so we're gonna do Season 2 of Justice League. It's episode. What did I just say? 11 and 12, A Better World is what we're doing.
Wow.
Are you just working on your British accent right now? Like, what is...
No, it's Apocalypse from X-Men,
Oh, okay.
which I've never seen.
Just that movie?
Yeah.
Eric was talking earlier about how it turns out that almost all of his dialogue was dialogue lifted directly from the from the 90s X-Men cartoon.
Wow.
And he saw a video where somebody put that show up against that movie. It was just the exact same dialogue.
So, what episodes is this?
Season 2, episode 11 and 12, I think. Yes. Of Justice League, not Unlimited. Regular Justice League. Justice League Decaf.
Justice League Light.
Right.
Alright, A Better World.
Okay, now I'm not going to be able to stop thinking about that Apocalypse quote.
We will build a better world.
Alright, folks, try to sync up with us if you're able. Again, I can't broadcast this anywhere at the moment. So, this is on DC Universe. Or you can pull out your DVDs or Blu-rays, however you have it. I think this whole show's on Blu-ray at this point, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think
I don't have those, but I think it is.
I know the Superman series is not. I just picked that up.
Oh, there's Connor in the comments again. Hi, Connor. Connor was with me earlier. I made him watch the Titans pilot. It was amazing.
Oh, do you like it?
The Titans pilot?
Yeah.
No, it's horrible. Have you seen it?
No, I've heard mixed things though about that show.
Oh, yeah. I have too. People say it gets a lot better, but I can't imagine what it would have to do to win me over after that pilot. Like, a lot of people will say, well, give it 2 or 3 episodes. I don't think that counts for everything. You know? There's some things you can't come back from.
Well, we know Zack Snyder loves that episode.
This is the Justice Lords episode. I haven't seen this in a good long time.
Ooh.
Let's go ahead and jump into it, Kareem. Are you ready, buddy?
I'm ready.
Everybody, please press play right now.
Oh, I miss Bugs Bunny.
I was going to say, we should just do some Bugs Bunny cartoons.
Oh, that Superman symbol looks off.
Well, see, it's bouncing around because this is being shot at. No, you're right. It's a little off.
I'll catch up in a minute. Wait for me.
No, I still haven't done any animated Teen Titans. I will try to get to that later tonight when I'm on my own, if I'm able to. There are several things that I've had to skip because we've gotten behind, and I knew we wouldn't get to everything. But we've done quite a bit. Most certainly.
New President Lex. Such a great idea.
I never get tired of President Lex. I love it. Man, we've watched a bunch of episodes today that open up with these kind of like, what? Huh? Kinds of openings. Could be like the theme of the day.
The Superman curl.
Yeah.
Often.
You know what I like? I like the episode where Superman's, I think it's Unlimited, where he's like off on a planet by himself and he has to survive without powers and he gets like a beard and...
I don't remember that one.
Oh, it's awesome.
I want to watch through all of this stuff.
I need to finally do that. There are episodes of this show and Unlimited that I have not seen, and I've not watched the whole big arc through season 2 except for bits and pieces. And
so this Lex is still Clancy Brown, is it?
yes, he is.
Yeah. He's the jerk from Shawshank. And Mr. Krabs.
Yeah, he's almost always military guys now.
He also showed up on Arrow too, right?
Yes, real early. Or no, it was Flash, I think.
Oh, okay.
Or was it Arrow? I can't remember. I think it was Flash. I think it was first season Flash. Oh man, what's he gonna do? So, Kareem, are you one of those guys that gets annoyed whenever Superman does the like glowy red eye thing just because we treat it for... Does that drive you crazy?
Have I ever told you that? Yes.
Well, Eric hates it, and that struck me as a thing that would probably annoy you.
Oh my god, he looks evil. And they do it on every single comic book cover.
Yeah, because it's all edgy, and they're trying to entice people that don't like Superman to like Superman. Yeah, Hereafter. That's that episode, Hawk Flame. Thanks, man.
I do not remember this. It's very Injustice.
I was going to say, I think this is basically Injustice before Injustice, where... So, did he just murder Lex, is the idea, and then they become the Injustice Lords? Is that what happens?
I think so. Is this not...
That's a
based on the
crazy
Grant Morrison
intro.
storyline?
Maybe it is.
I know he had a Justice Lord's arc in his...
I just said I'd watch these. I didn't say I'd know nothing about them.
Never liked the CGI opening thing.
I don't care for that either. Pardon me.
Theme song, though.
It's a great theme song. Less than this though. I'm much more irritated by getting into Justice League Unlimited and they show you scenes from the show that you haven't seen yet. Freaking hate that.
That's a very anime thing to do.
Okay, well.
I always like
I
the
like it.
bombasticness of this show. I always think Justice League should be a big, epic kind of thing.
Oh yeah, larger than life. Mm-hmm. How do you feel about the choice?
Avengers.
How do you feel about the choice of cast for this show? Just like Hot Girl and Jon Stewart, Green Lantern, and
Never liked that they didn't include Aquaman, but it didn't bother me.
I'm glad Martian Manhunter's there. I think this shows the reason that I like him.
Yeah, this is my first exposure to that character. I always think Martian Manhunter should be on the team.
I think so too.
Flash is my favorite in the show.
Oh, Lex killed the Flash, and then Superman kills Lex, and then he goes evil. Yeah, because we think of Injustice as like so daring and edgy, and then you go back and look at a thing like this, and you're like, oh no, we've been doing this for a while.
So is this an Elseworlds episode?
No, I want to say it's like an alternate reality, and they're gonna meet these, or maybe not. Maybe they don't do that, and they just straight up have George Bush. That's weird.
Is that George Bush?
Okay, well he looks like George Bush, and he was in the White House when this was made.
You see, kids, back in these days, these cartoons were edgy.
You know what this Superman's costume looks like? it looks a little like you mentioned Morrison, and I know this is a lot later, but it looks a little bit like President Superman of Earth 23 or whatever it is.
Yeah, yeah.
Say something really stupid, right?
I love that costume.
But when things got serious,
Yeah, it's a great costume.
I know a guy who does really great cosplays. Who's this like big? He's like 6'6". He's like this big muscular black guy, and he goes to cons as Superman of Earth 23, and he goes as John Stewart Green Lantern, and a few other things. And he's I've seen him as Steel too. He's done Steel. He's great. And he makes his own suits, and they're really good. I envy that guy for lots of reasons, because he can make great suits, and because he has that kind of build where he can get away with those sorts of things. Like, it's awesome.
6'6", man.
That's right.
it is your home.
Shout out to Phil Lamar. I think he does Green Lantern. He does a lot of voices. He does Static, too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's done a lot. All the Mad TV fans know Phil Lamar. If you know Pulp Fiction, the guy who gets shot in the car.
Oh, I haven't seen that in forever. Yeah. And I watched Mad TV when I was a kid. Do you remember the recurring sketch in Mad TV that was like, you know what I hate?
I remember that.
Wheel of Fortune! I hate that show!
It's a guilty pleasure of mine.
Well, I haven't seen that in forever. That's what I remember about Mad TV is that sketch. Well, that's not true. There's some other ones, but... No, I'm saying that.
We do a lot of, fear of gods kind of political stuff, like the comics in the show. I always like that, and I think it's Unlimited. Lex is like, well, they have a giant watchtower in space. Like, why do you trust them?
Robert Wild. Also, evil means new costumes. That's true. It's important that we wear dark so that everyone knows that we're dark.
Since I started seeing the fear on everyone's face.
I mean, I certainly understand that with Superman. I don't get it as much with, like, Green Lantern. I also don't love that Green Lantern costume, but...
Yeah, I don't like it either. I don't like when superheroes have t-shirts. Except for Robin.
And even, like, Dark Hawk Girl, I'm not totally loving that either, but the Superman one I like. I think that's a cool suit.
How do you feel about Hawk Girl in this show? She's
She
always
grew on me a
felt like a
little
weakling.
bit, but yeah, I thought so too. But I also thought that everyone was too dry in the show.
Hmm. Yeah, as a kid, I never really... I liked the show, but it was not, like, my favorite.
There's something, like, really kind of, like, dry. Something was missing with the show. I think Unlimited fixed it.
Yeah, I think so, too.
And I also think it got better as it went along, but it felt like a show that they were trying really hard to look like they wanted to make, but that they were really, like, trepidatious about doing. And when you go back and listen to commentaries and stuff from Tim and his team, you get the sense... They've all but kind of come out and said that like they weren't sure they ever really wanted to do a straight up team show like this.
I'm surprised they didn't do a Wonder Woman show.
I have
The standard, wouldn't sell the little girls.
I know they should have done that. Because if it was anything like Superman, it would have been great.
We're not done with this.
Oh yeah.
And also it would have filled like a whole other niche, which is what Justice League ended up doing. But like they had their sci-fi show, and before that they had their Dark Detective show, and then they could have had their fantasy show.
Yeah, fantasy show. They could have had the kind of Cold War spy-esque Wonder Woman too.
But no, I was gonna say I have the Batman figure from this show. From this episode, like that Batman costume. Yeah, I didn't realize it was from this episode. I don't know if I've ever seen this. I thought I had seen this. I don't know if I ever have. Oh yeah, see they are gonna cross dimensions.
There's something else. They don't call themselves the Justice.
I love how everyone's in Batman's cave. Feels very weird.
You know, I feel like that's a metaphor for life, man. We're all really just in Batman's cave. You know, it's Batman's world, and we're just living in it.
Who says we can't?
Where's the Dark Alfred in this universe?
He got killed along with Flash.
You've been a busy little bat, haven't you?
Robert also says the show did give us a lot of good Wonder Woman episodes, though. I gotta go back through and see some of those, because I remember them not always knowing what to do with her, but
But would they accept it?
I also haven't watched all of it.
This show always confused me about Wonder Woman because as a kid I was like, can she fly? And then some of the comics like she couldn't. But now, of course, I know she can.
Yeah, that's her flying right now. Anybody else think that evil Martian Manhunter looks like he's wearing the Captain Planet symbol on his chest?
Oh, the Flash is still alive.
Eyes off them, I said. Not even for a second. Hey, I had to go, okay? And there's something that...
Well, no, because this is the other dimension. This is our dimension. So, like, our Flash is still alive because he's not dead.
Okay.
Because remember, they just peered into our dimension looking at what Lex was doing. And they were like, oh, their Flash is still alive.
Kind of cool that the animated Flash is voiced by Lex from Smallville.
Robert has lots of opinions about the show. He says, and I didn't realize this, the fact that Clark is still lying to Lois about being Superman by the end of Unlimited is still kind of gross to me. Yeah, I wouldn't love that either. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I like that. Were they a couple in that show?
Sorry I messed up back there.
Oh, Joker is in this episode?
As soon as the damage
That's cool.
fixed. Got a sec?
Oh, and that's Rosenbaum, of course.
Oh, we're in the...
Whoa. What's happening? Oh. It's like an evil portal. If Martian Manhunter was a good guy right now, that portal wouldn't look like dire. Look at that. It's looking like that horrifying...
From behind.
Don't walk through that. Nothing good can come through walking through that.
But what can we do? We're not sure yet, but my dimension seems to be at the center of it, and that would be the best place to start looking for an answer.
Yes, Jeffrey, we're doing okay, man. We are still going strong.
So it's
Neither.
we go?
Both. Everything.
John? Batman?
Come on, Batman, smile some more.
Someone in an Arrowverse episode recently, I can't remember what show, I can't remember if it was in Crisis or where it was. I don't think it was. I can't remember where it was. Somebody, like, grossly mispronounced John Jones' name. They were like, Joan Jones or something. It's like you're in, like, season 4 or 5 of Supergirl, and you don't have a director that can tell you how to pronounce Martian Manhunter's name right?
Remember when
Okay.
remember when Venom was gonna come out? The trailers were like Symbiote.
Symbiote.
Fandom was like, what the hell?
It's like, did they only go back and watch the 90s show? We could not decide how to pronounce that word back in the 90s. In DS9, I'm not kidding, it's Symbiont. They put an N in it.
Oh, really?
It's weird. And consistently, it's Symbiont. Wow, look at the lens flares.
Very J.J. Abrams.
Oh man, now it's Doomsday. This episode is crazy.
Really?
Are you behind me right now?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I just spoiled it. Doomsday's there. Here he comes. Oh man, I'm so excited we got Doomsday. I wonder if the reason somebody picked this was because it has Doomsday in it.
I like this design for Doomsday.
Because I know they did like a pseudo Death of Superman thing in this, but I don't think it's actually related to Doomsday. I can't remember what they. I've talked about that somewhere. But I knew that Doomsday was separate from that. Yeah, this design is as good as it ever is in animation. I still don't love it.
Yeah. They never really got it right.
The complaint I always have with Doomsday is...
Eyebrows.
No, I know. I'm not going to talk about that. I'm not going to talk about that. No. That's something I'd love to see. It's not a big deal that it's not there. I don't like starting with the green pants, okay? Because it's weird that you, like, make a monster that just already has that. Like, he got stripped down from the biosuit he had. That's why he has green pants. Like, I just think starting with it is weird. Why didn't you just give him clothes? Like...
That's what I remember from Justice League episodes, is big monsters, Superman fighting big monsters and being thrown through buildings.
Yes, and there's no one in those buildings. There's zero casualties.
No. This was before the Man of Steel days.
Yeah, we just didn't even think about that. We don't have to worry about it.
Where you, before you waited for Bruce Wayne, your boss, to tell you to get out the building.
Thank you for giving me permission to not die. For a second, I was like, well, you guys don't need Superman. You're doing fine. So Doomsday shows up in the evil Justice Lord's world. Or have they all come over to our world now? I'm actually kind of confused as to where we are right now.
I think this is our world.
Is this our world now? Okay. So that just all coincided? That's kind of convenient, isn't it? Like, was there anything about this that made that thing crash land on the Earth that he came out of? Or did that just happen to happen? You know, like Venom dropping out of the sky in Spider-Man 3.
The most convenient thing I've ever seen.
Okay, this isn't a... Okay, so yeah, this is pretty convenient. But at least he didn't land, like, in the back of the bike of someone we know. That's what made that even more ridiculous. He just lands right next to Spider-Man. Yeah, the one superpowered guy there. He's just drawn to superpowers, I guess. Rockman says he thinks Doomsvents could take Doomsday. That looked painful.
Hey, Cap, if you want forgiveness, get religion.
Dear God, I want you to kill Peter Parker.
Is this Arkham?
Well, it's off on an island by itself.
No, it's not Arkham.
It's just some generic prison. They're not going to tell us what it is. It's ambiguous Lex prison.
Ding, 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 ding.
So this Doomsday thing is convenient, but this is all pretty interesting. Oh, he's just talking. That's just a Doomsday. That's weird. Okay, I don't think you're here yet, but Doomsday just talks. He's just got an intellect and... Oh, did you catch up? Okay, okay. We've gone from Mertropers to I am not impressed.
Well, he's not Ultimate Green Goblin.
No, he reminds me of, like, Slash in Ninja Turtles when we give him an intellect. And just the last thing you expect to come out of that mouth is, like, a guy that sounds like he just studied for a Blue Book exam. Like...
It's like the Bane in Dark Knight Rises.
Is he wearing a belt? He's wearing a belt with belt loops. I don't like Doomsday speaking in complete sentences. Like, I guess you could argue we'll see now he's not just a plot device. Oh my god! He's just trying to melt Doomsday's face! This is a Superman that can win, because he's going to play dirty pool with Doomsday.
Well, now he's brain dead. So now you got your monosyllabic Doomsday.
Oh. Well, that's not exactly what I was talking about. That's not really... Oh. This is weird!
I don't remember this episode at all.
I don't either.
I hate that her eyes are purple with her jacket.
It's so out of character.
Oh, wait, is it at this point? I guess no one knows that you killed Lex.
And what's with the new costumes, guys?
Yeah, we're evil now. That's why we have new costumes.
What's next for you? Where's the Flash?
This is wild. Oh, I assumed that was like way later. People still don't even know that Flash is dead. Oh. I thought so. This is like a couple of days after that. I thought that was like years later. Okay. All right, we're gonna go on to the next. For a second, I thought that was coming from DC Universe, and I was like, "That's weird." That's why I would just in the middle of the credits be like, "To be continued," like during the credits.
Like, take a break. Reminder.
You see, like half the credits, and suddenly you just hear Kareem. He's like, "To be continued." Okay, we're gonna go ahead and go right on to the second part, and then let Kareem go to bed while I stay up and go insane. And we're gonna jump right into it. Kareem, are you ready? Do you have it all set up and stuff?
I'm ready. Like,
Get ready for a recap. I can't remember what just happened in the episode I just watched. Everybody. Oh, I missed what happened. Okay, they're in our Justice League world and think that they're. Okay, that's what it is. Okay, so they think that. I thought we were still in their world for a second because I wasn't paying enough attention because we were talking. Okay, they're masquerading. I see. Okay. Everybody, please press play right now.
Previously on Justice League. We're looking at another dimension.
It's just like ours.
Almost. But their Flash is still. So's their Luthor.
Their world's the mess ours used to be.
Too bad we can't help them.
Who says we can't?
And the dimensions appear to be collapsing on each other.
So it's agreed then.
Let's do it.
I'm in.
You know, I always forget that before all this like superhero movie renaissance, we've had animated stuff.
That thing.
You know, we had a lot from DC and then a lot from Marvel. In the 90s.
Yes.
Right on for us.
Yeah, and
We're really spoiled.
yeah, and they didn't have to worry about budgets like live action shows do.
Yeah.
They could do pretty much anything they could imagine, and so they let their imagination sometimes run away more with themselves than some of the live action stuff does.
Justice League intro.
I really want just shows to just like have your voice saying when things are happening. Like, this is the teaser.
If you were not watching.
You have such a cheesy announcer voice.
So who's your favorite from the show besides Batman?
I guess it's Manhunter.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I don't know, I have this weird thing with Jon Stewart where, like, I feel like he's kind of, except for, you know, some exceptions, he's kind of just a plank of wood, but I want to really like him.
He gets better in Unlimited.
Yeah.
Every time you say Jon Stewart, I think of The Daily Show.
I know, me too. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. I think those are weirdly placed wires on Batman. I just want to throw that out there.
They're in
Whoa.
X positions.
One question. Why?
Because I'm Batman.
Where were the other drops going?
There are mercury switches at your hand. Any motion, and I'll know it. You've thought.
So their
No.
plan is to replace these.
Yes. This is crazy.
I'm surprised I don't remember this.
I love how long we held on that, and I kind of just wish we'd held on it longer. Just Batman, just Flash awkwardly waiting for Batman to say something.
Let's give it another minute.
Evil Batman to say something. Yeah, that was great.
The last thing we want.
Ooh. Another Flash. Another Michael Rosenbaum voiced character.
Man, the Flash is really built in the show.
He sure is. Yeah, he's more muscular than other people. It's like, why does running fast make you so much more muscular than Batman?
I like that they made him the young one with the team.
Yeah. I'm sure some people wish that he was Wally West instead, because that's always a thing.
I think he is in the show.
Oh, is he?
I think he's Wally in the show.
Oh, I thought he was Barry, but maybe not.
I could be wrong.
It's really funny that we don't know what character we're looking at.
Because he takes off his mask and his hair is red.
Superman has so many different spacesuits in these shows. Have you noticed that?
Yeah. He has one in the animated series too.
Yep.
With an S symbol.
That's the sort of kind of iconic one to me. That was an action figure. I think I had that at one time. It's pretty cool. I think I had a Supergirl that also had a spacesuit, but I can't remember.
Their Brainiac design is amazing.
Oh yeah, he's great. Well, their Brainiac background is fantastic. It's my favorite. And I don't need freaking everything to come from Krypton, but that kind of started that whole thing, and I think it's really good.
Dude, I was surprised how much Man of Steel and Superman Returns and all those things took from it, from animated series.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Crap, I lost another one. I know this was made in, like, late 90s, early 2000s, but I don't know if I buy that that's, like, a regular key. Especially when there's a keypad right there.
I don't even think of that. Oh, it's a detective.
How'd you get out?
I sped up my heartbeat till it looked like a flat line.
I didn't know you could do that.
Neither did I, but I had to come up with something if you wanted.
I don't think that's the thing I would want to mess around with. I can maybe make people think I stopped my heart.
What if that backfired?
Yeah, exactly. Might actually stop my heart. I know. Well, that looks uncomfortable. Superman's just got this big thing around his face.
He can't see through that.
Well, I'm sure it was lead.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's why it was around his face, so that he couldn't shoot his heat vision, yeah.
I was always surprised that the Superman face design worked, because him and Bruce Wayne look alike, and they made the eyes different.
Yeah.
Bruce has, like, blue eyes, and he has, like, dotted eyes.
They'd never keep her in that one. There's no security.
And this one doesn't have the right equipment.
Robert says I probably just haven't seen the best Jon Stewart episodes. That's the assumption I'm making.
Where would you send a sick bad guy?
I kind of like the thing he and Hawkgirl had in the series.
Yes, same. Arkham.
This Arkham Asylum looks like a nice place to visit. You ever seen Arkham Asylum during the daytime?
Do you think they would actually call an asylum in real life?
Not in this day and age, but we like to do everything turn of the century because that's so close to when some of these comics started. We also don't have orphanages anymore, and the list goes on and on and on. Oh, that's the Joker appearance. Okay. Oh man, this is weird.
Is that Hamill doing it?
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm assuming so. Be weird if they had somebody else voice him, just because he's not a normal Joker.
So this is not their role, right?
Yeah, I mean yeah. Docile Joker is creepy, says Blue Dragon 5. Yeah, that is him. This is weird.
Reminds me of what's that Batman game that came out where you have to do different directions?
The Telltale stuff?
Yeah, yeah. Reminds me of that.
Yeah, he's creepy in a different way, but yeah. Now that I think about it, I don't think I had it, but I think I've seen the action figure for the Superman, too. And I thought they were just weird variants. I didn't know it came from an episode. Oh, now there's a whole bunch of Supermans? Oh my god. This is so twisty.
Army of Superman.
This is very twisty. Oh man. Batman versus Batman. I can't tell which one's the real one.
Where's Alfred?
Kareem, which one's the real one?
Just like I know you're going to do that.
I guess it's Batman.
What are you hiding for?
Sometimes I don't entirely buy the whole, like, you're me so I know all the moves that you're gonna make before I make them, because, like, you're such a different person at this point
Putting a few more in
that he might not make the same moves that you would.
fast enough. If you really want to make a difference, if you want to change the system instead of just patching it, you can't be subtle.
You have to be evil and hurt people.
Take over like we did.
Oh my god, that's great.
Take over like we did.
I feel like anything could happen right now.
Nor will a bad attitude.
Evil Superman terrifying.
So I missed it. How did he end up with so many Supermans? Did he clone himself?
Did he get him from other dimensions?
He just made them all wear that suit that he just came up with like a week ago?
Hammerlock, what are you doing?
She's pruning!
I always prefer the green skin Poison Ivy.
Yeah.
Over- I never liked the human skin.
Well, if she's filled with... Oh, the robots. If she's filled with chlorophyll, I mean, it just makes sense.
Oh, they're robots.
Yeah. Well, that's creepy. She's just working in front of a disembodied Superman head. Okay. Man, I still can't tell apart which one's the real one.
Who elected you anyway? Who elected you?
Can't do blood on the show.
It doesn't keep you very safe.
I mean, occasionally you'll get, like,
You seem to have forgotten.
a little bit of blood across the mouth or something, but yeah.
Chose peace and security instead. You grabbed power, and with that power,
Or maybe you did never get that in this show. I'm not sure, actually, now to say that. I'm not confident about that. We just had Doomsday. You'd think you would have gotten some of that.
I'm sure we did get a little bit.
I like these batarangs. Oh, man. That's a good commercial break. That'll make you come back. So I don't know if you've been counting, Kareem, but this is the 785th different computer that Batman has had in this Batcave. Just want to throw that out there.
I remember the one in the animated series that's like counting. So old school.
In the first season, it felt like it got bigger and bigger every episode. See, we do robots so that we can see violent stuff like this happen.
Yeah.
I think you're destroying, like, vital pieces of foundation, where, like, if you keep going for too long, that whole building is going to collapse. Those columns matter.
So weird to see Batman out in the daytime.
I like that the evil Justice League kind of show our Justice League that they have something of a point. Where they're like, look, we made our universe perfect, but at what cost? Ooh, what do you think of this Batmobile?
I always preferred the original animated series one. I mean, it's cool. It's just the other one was way cooler.
Yeah, me too, but it's probably more practical to drive this and instead of a limousine. Because no, I mean, I love that car, but it's like the length of a limousine.
One thing I do hate about some Batmobiles is the one-seat Batmobile that we get in like Batman and Robin and stuff like that.
Oh man, if he loses Hawk Girl, he's gonna go crazy like Superman did and go murder someone.
Oh, girl. Her mask always annoyed me.
Are you trying to write a Hot Girl theme, Kareem? No, 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 no. Hot Girl, come done.
Oh, girl.
My Hot Girl theme is wholly original. Wow, look at that guy's goatee. Look at that guy's goatee, it's amazing.
It's the 80s now?
Yeah, right? He looks like Carl Weathers or something. That is not, that mustache is insane. It's too distracting. I can't take the scene seriously when I'm looking at that guy's face.
You know, it was like some hungover designer that was just like, just put it in. Can't finish the goatee.
Okay, Alexi mentioned that he is Wally West. They didn't confirm it until Thanagarian trilogy. So I like that we're in the show for a decent amount of time before we even know what Flash we're looking at. It's a good looking episode.
Yeah, still holds up.
I would have to kind of sit through this without talking over it, but I'm wondering if we're not kind of resolving this a little bit too quickly. I guess we still have a few minutes left.
It's a little too easy that the other Batman was like, you know what, you're right.
Yeah.
I like that they teach them something.
Oh, was it you're right, or was it I know you understand where I'm coming from? I think that's maybe more what it was supposed to be.
Maybe.
Yeah, I agree with that, Robert. Animation on the show still looks better than most recent Marvel DC cartoons, especially Marvel. Yeah, nope, stop wearing that outfit. Green Lantern, it's just not working. Get sleeves at least. It's weird. I wish they made this action figure break out of prison Lex. Oh. Break out of prison Lex that then turns into Martian Manhunter. Man, never a dull moment. Wow, she looks crazed.
This reminds me of Batman and Robin. The Arkham prison in that with Mr. Freeze.
Yeah. Yeah, remember when they had a Two-Face suit there, even though Two-Face is dead? Never understood that.
Do you, Mr. Bane? Freeze in hell, Batman. Yeah, the Manhunter is always an interesting character to me.
Well, lately I've been appreciating more and more the parallels between him and Superman.
Yeah. He's kind of like Superman without the humanity. Like the family stuff.
Well, like, they both lost their worlds, but he actually grew up on his. Like, we always make a big deal out of Last Son of Krypton, but not really enough out of Last Son of Mars.
It always annoys me that when you have alien races, obviously they're going to be different sects of the races and stuff. It's not just going to be one Martian. I always like that the white Martians and the red Martians, or the green Martians.
The green Martians, yeah. Wow, that first-person perspective was actually pretty cool. Yeah, that was poetic.
I never saw her throw her crown.
Yeah, does she do that in other places in this show? I don't know. It's like American Made throwing shoes. I love the drama of putting them up against each other at the end of this.
Yeah.
Like, Superman is ready to kill Flash after that's what started this whole thing. He's completely lost himself now. That's wonderful. And then contrast that to Batman, where the question is the evil Batman, or the Justice Lord's Batman, like, is he far gone like Superman, or is he not that far off from where Batman already is in our world? Because this feels like a Superman that's lost himself, but these Batmans don't feel that far apart.
Which is so interesting. Lex working with Superman? What? I love how he dances with her feathers.
we're just sapping everybody all at once, and yeah, that got really funny on accident.
Lex is like, this is something I always wanted to do.
So now that Doomsday thing is feeling really kind of obligatory, right? Where they're like, yeah, where they're like, we knew people were gonna want us to put him somewhere, so we're just gonna have this big fight with him, with these guys, and be done with it.
He needs to spice it up a little bit. Doomsday.
Well, at least they didn't do a love triangle with him, Jimmy Olsen, and Chloe Sullivan.
Oh, God.
Everything he does from now on is your fault. It's a high price. Better than the alternative.
Yes, arrest T-shirt, Green Lantern.
Put on sleeves! Oh, apparently there's Justice League Unlimited episode where Doomsday comes back, and then that makes this make more sense. I didn't know that, says Robert.
Okay.
See, look, these shows didn't forget the American Way part that you and I keep talking about.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Wait, I like that. I really do. But am I buying that there's enough wind? It's almost like it just was a flag that waved itself. His hair wasn't moving.
Okay, is this, not to get too serious, is this post 9/11? Why are we doing?
That's a really good question.
So much?
I wouldn't
we had George
think
Bush,
so. No, because season 2 of Unlimited was 2002, so this would be like just before that or just after. They wouldn't have had time to make that episode, I don't think. I could be wrong about that. We'd have to look up the dates, but I don't think so.
Very Sam Raimi Spider-Man.
Yeah. Well, folks, we're going to go ahead and take another break, and we're going to bid farewell to Kareem. Kareem, thanks for hanging out with me, man. I hope you had a good time.
Good night, guys. I had a blast. This was great.
That was really good. We got to watch some good episodes. We got to watch an episode that wasn't great, but was fun to watch.
Yeah, I liked it. It was good to go back to those shows.
And then the next thing we're going to do is I'm going to come back with Alexi here in a couple minutes, and he and I are going to watch the Angel episode Smile Time, written by Ben Edlund. That's the Puppet episode, the Puppet Angel episode, and it's going to be a lot of fun to finally talk about that. So anyway, in the meantime, I will be right back in just a few minutes. And Kareem, say goodbye, Kareem.
Godspeed, Captain Logan.
Later, guys.
Good night, guys.
Hello, Alexi.
James, how you doing, my friend?
Good evening, sir. What is happening? Look at that Star Trek mug.
Oh, yeah. My wife got this for me. Actually, I like the other side better.
That's pretty cool. I thought you were putting it right up in frame just so you could be like, look at my cool mug.
No. I was just drinking coffee. Hold on a second. I have you cycling in the background here. There we go.
My cycling?
I was watching the post.
I could lose a couple pounds. I could use some cycling. It's not a bad idea. Anyway, so everybody, if you've not seen Alexi before, this is my buddy Alexi, and we are going to watch and chat about Smile Time from Angel, one of the craziest and greatest things that ever happened. I'm really excited about this. This was requested. Let me pull up this guy's name. Who asked for this one? Angel. Angel. This one was requested by Rodrigo Araz. This is season 5, episode 14. So pull it up if you want to sync it with us. I'm not doing the stream anymore because it hasn't been working out real well. So if you can watch it with us, do so. And otherwise, you'll be able to hear the episode but not see it. Alexi, have you got it pulled up on your end?
Yeah, I got it all pulled up on my end.
Awesome. I think this is still on Hulu. I'm just going by disc. This is actually the first disc I pulled out today. I've streamed everything else for like 10 and a half hours.
It's funny because this is actually the one season. My favorite season of Angel is the season that I actually don't have.
That's really funny. I think a lot of people's favorite season is 5.
Yeah, it is. I mean, honestly, I think 5, when they altered the premise, and they didn't actually alter the premise, but they did a huge tonal shift.
Yeah, and it works.
It worked wonderfully. And honestly, up until I watched Angel because I was a huge Buffy fan.
Yeah.
And, I mean, really ironically, first 2 seasons of Angel, and unfortunately the subsequent 2 seasons of Buffy the Vampire Slayer really, well, actually, no, the season immediately that started Angel on Buffy really had, in my opinion, a dip of quality.
Well, we can talk about all that. We need to go ahead and get started here.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. So get ready to press play when I say now, Alexi, and we will get rolling on this. Here we go. Everybody, please press play. Hold on. What's up? Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Everybody, please press play right now.
Muppets.
Yeah, it's horrifying. Everything about this is just messed up and horrifying.
You know, this is written and produced by Ben Edlund, who is of Tick fame and also Gotham.
Yep.
And honestly, I could only imagine Edlund coming up with this premise of demonic possessed Muppets.
This strikes me as one of those things he probably had in his back pocket for the longest time and kept pitching at places and couldn't get it made anywhere, and then finally they did an Angel. He had so many of those. Like Bad Horse was his.
Bad Horse was his, yeah. Bad Horse was his. And also, if you're watching this and you have the Muppet actually talking to the kid and saying, "Come over here," and it's weirdly. It's just not right, man. It's wrong.
You know, it does to puppets what clowns just kind of have inherently, which is like if you really think too hard about it, they're kind of creepy.
Yeah, they are. And then it's like you don't want to be a bad apple. You're like, oh, social programming. Oh, this is just not right.
I think we do a great job setting the tone for this too, where like Angel as a puppet is like a kind of an inherently cute thing, and we play it for cuteness and it's funny, but right away we just got to make everybody horrified by this.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing is that like this did actually what Once More with Feeling did not or failed to do in Buffy, which was make a inherently funny concept deep down inside really terrifying at the same time.
Yeah, and you're right. It tried. It just kind of missed the boat at the end. I love Once More with Feeling, but you're absolutely right about that.
I love it. I love Once More with Feeling, but let's just be honest. It did not have the sense of horror that it should have had. And it's a shame because, Joss Whedon always had that wonderful sense of being able to kind of build horror into something that is inherently kind of funny at the same time. And just Once More with Feeling did not do it. This does it perfectly because right off the bat, you're like, oh my god, like, what is going on? And you're doing it with kids, which I think immediately ups your horror factor by at least by 10.
It's a good premise for a horror film.
What was that?
I said if you made it a film, it's good. It's a good premise for a horror film.
Oh yeah, well, they've done a horror film. It's called Chucky.
Well, sure, but I mean, but this whole idea of like Sesame Street, like steals the souls of children. That's a good premise for a horror film.
That's fair. That is true. That's very true. And just the entire, some of the season shifts that they have done for Angel on season 5, I thought was kind of brilliant. I always liked the vampire law firm.
No, it's just a brilliant notion.
But actually having the vampire law firm turn to Angel and go, you know what? It's okay. We're ceding this territory to you. You're in charge. It's all yours. Have fun. Is just inherently so beautiful. Because it's like, you know what? We have time. And especially since they've set up the law firm to be essentially worshiping, the primal evil. Yeah, they have time.
Well, it's just a nice sudden shift where it's like this was the big bad. Now, like, we're in the belly of the beast, and like, initially there is no big bad, but like it's still the same big bad. Like we're like, and we're gonna have to pay for this in some way.
Oh yeah, and they all know it. And
I forgot about Harmony being at the front desk.
Yeah, Harmony's at the front desk, and you also have a full medical science team for, Winifred Burkle, who was one of my favorite characters, for Amy Acker's character in this, at a law firm. I think that's hysterical. And also the fact that this entire season you realize, like, as good as Angel was in defeating bad and so on and so forth, in reality, there's so much bad that they weren't even coming close to touching.
Yeah.
Because right here and there, in the middle of Angel in Wolfram and Hart, they have all of the vampires and they have all this supernatural stuff, and they're all doing horrible things. And Angel's werewolf girlfriend.
Yeah, I forgot about that too. It's it's been a long time since I've been through this, and I probably watched this show 4 times. It's one of my favorite things. I love it so much.
Oh yeah.
I forgot Wheaton had writing credit on this. They co-wrote this.
They co-wrote this, and then Edlund was the producer or director. He was a director on it.
Edlund directed this?
I believe so, if I'm correct.
I wasn't looking at the screen when we saw the director credit. I didn't think he had director credits.
Yeah, he does have director credits. Hold on. Ed Edlund.
But, few shows come back from such a misstep season like 4 into 5 with the show.
Yes.
Like, I like 4 better than a lot of people, but it's convoluted. There's some retroactive nonsense in it. The stuff with Cordelia is kind of unforgivable, but then we turn it around so hard. You're right. I think of the majority of 5, because obviously it kind of goes back to the beginning in a way by the end. But like, I think of 5 is almost like a good spin-off of itself. It's like Angel spun off into another show with the same cast.
Oh, absolutely. And actually them ending the show at this point, which was Fox playing a dirty deal in my
It sure
opinion.
was. Yep.
My personal opinion is that they waited for Buffy, UPN, which was running Buffy at the time, had already said that if Buffy is on and Angel is canceled, they would actually adopt the property.
Yeah.
And they pulled Angel right at the time that Buffy was going off the air. Thus, UPN did not have the opportunity to adopt it. I lose you?
No, I'm here.
Right.
But yeah, there was that, and then there's the fact that they made Whedon think that he was getting a season 6, and at the last minute pulled the show, and so he had to figure out some way to end it while they were working toward a bunch of stuff for another season, and it was just really super awkward, and I think he made the best of it. But that ending, I don't love, but I understand it, and
there's not much you could do with it.
it's such a middle finger to the studio, which I think is what you kind of have to do with it. But
yeah, pretty much. And also the viewing numbers for Angel had actually gone super up in season 5 from season 3 and 4.
and I'm not sure how it was advertised. I'm sure Spike had a lot to do with that.
Spike had something to do with that. I think that Angel benefited from Buffy, from the ending of Buffy.
Yeah.
There was a great deal more...
That's a good point. People would jump over because they missed that show, and maybe they didn't even watch Angel before, but they're like, well, there's this one thing left in this universe.
Precisely. And Angel, for the first 3 seasons, in my opinion, had a really rough go of it. It's a shame because I also think that Buffy took a dip in quality due to Angel. I actually wrote an article about it that I'll have to post again at some point, which is part of the "What If I Could Make It Good" series.
Right.
Which is a change, but that's a different conversation. I do like the fact that they kind of have shifted again the characters, like Wesley here is actually again a more decent human being than he has been in Angel in at least 2 seasons.
Which is awkward because that's partly because of amnesia. And because no one's allowed to know about Connor, and Connor is a really weird, odd thing because we keep certain like character things that we built through all that, even though people don't remember certain things about them. So like he's a better human being, but he still has kind of the 5 o'clock shadow, and he still has a lot of the skills that he built through all that, and like he's a little bit angstier than he used to be. But like, where does that come from? And some of that works and some of that doesn't. It's complicated.
Agreed, and there is some stuff here that you're like, what is the, like, what do people remember and what people don't remember on the show is an entirely large question.
But they eventually get all their memories back, and we catch them back up. And
yeah, I know they do, and so does Connor, and I kind of like. The one thing I do like is that they kind of gave Connor...
Look at the scary Grimace puppet.
Yeah. The scary Grimace puppet called Horatio Hornblower.
Yes! I forgot about that. That's so messed up.
Horatio Hornblower, which... Well, just all the puppets themselves. Because the demons, I'm like, are the demons adopting puppet personalities? Or is it a merger of their personalities? Because they all seem to be really interested in actually producing quality edutainment, as they call it. It's there's a lot to dissect in this episode that I don't think I don't know if I'm just thinking way too hard on an episode of Angel or what. But
well, that's easy to do because this episode's so rewatchable, and so you know I've gone back to this so many times.
And I'm now at the studio with everybody under a spell, which is also kind of terrifying. Because we don't know who these people are. But, like, do they have lives? Do they go home? Do they not go home?
Yeah.
You know, all of that. And then also, like, just, you know, Colonel Kurtz in the nest egg here is also kind of terrifying.
You must be farther ahead than me somehow.
Am I? I'm
yeah.
sorry.
No, that's fine.
Where you at?
I like that. Give me a second. I gotta.
Give me a timestamp.
I'm trying. Give me a second. 12:23.
Yeah, that's Colonel Kurtz, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No,
just the way you were talking, I thought you were in a different scene.
No, no, I call him Colonel Kurtz because he looks like the guy from Apocalypse Now.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, it's like, you shouldn't be here. You're like, okay.
I just love how insanely ominous all of this is, and the last thing you would expect is that it turns him into a puppet. I also like that there's a nice slow burn for that.
Yeah.
If this wasn't handled as well as it is, I could see the complaint of, well, the whole conceit of this is, what if Angel turned into a puppet? Why would you want that to happen 15 minutes into the episode? It needs to be kind of like your second, third act plot point. Like,
yeah, but it's also a pressure valve. Because without that as a pressure valve, without the horror, this is silly.
It's too silly, yeah.
But without the silly, this is a really kind of horrifying presence. I mean, considering the fact that you have Jim Henson, or your Jim Henson analog at least.
Yes.
Playing a Colonel Kurtz character in front of a nest egg, and then you realize later on what's going on with him. You know, and tortured children and everything going on there.
Well, and some of the most twisted images in the show is in the episode where he turns into a puppet, which is crazy.
Well, yeah.
The human puppet hand thing is so freaking we'll get there later. I think that's David Fury, isn't it? Playing the guy that gets it's so messed up.
And it's like, make him swallow his tongue again. Jesus Christ! Yeah. But we're not there yet. We are not there yet.
I have. I've had a couple of chances to buy this puppet. I need to finally just break down and do that. I've always wanted one.
Which one?
The angel puppet. Like they made because they made a line of those, and I've found them at cons a couple times. I keep meaning to buy one. Puppet cancer!
I don't have puppet
I don't have puppet cancer!
I just love the fact that they kind of take this in stride and don't at the same time. They're kind of like, all right, this is kind of a weird one. But at the same time, they're kind of like, well, maybe it's like puppet cancer.
Also,
I don't have puppet cancer.
Angel already.
Also, the fact that Angel's face looks like it's about to swallow itself.
Angel already doesn't do well with technology, so you have that combined with my hands don't work right. It's a big problem if you're Angel.
Yeah. I mean, Angel does, and the fact that we actually realize that, like, throughout all of this, it's been pretty well established that Angel is not the brightest bulb in the bunch.
Well, yeah.
You know, intelligence may have been his dump stat.
Yeah, I mean, he's not an idiot, but he is kind of used to, just being a blunt instrument.
Yeah. But even before that, I mean, if him as Liam, they kind of point out that, like, he was a disappointment to his father, not just because of his behavior, but he wasn't up to snuff. You know? I just love the fact that Angel's face, when he frowns in this, looks like it's about to swallow itself.
Yep.
Because David Boreanaz does the same thing almost, where Like, if you notice when he's getting the angry face, his lower lip looks like it's about to swallow itself on the actor.
Yeah,
I
and
don't know how they actually...
No, it's nuts, and you feel like you're getting a Boreanaz performance through the puppet.
Yeah. Yeah. And his voice acting in this is spectacular.
Yeah, and like you never feel like you're not still looking at that actor, which is quite an achievement, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah. And the fact that the actors, I mean, the directing on this is spectacular because, let's just be honest, I am sure that one or two actors would want to yuck this up, and they don't.
Yep.
Which actually kind of keeps that tone of, like, what the hell is happening here?
So, my favorite character in this show, besides Angel, has always been Lorne. And as much as I love Lorne, and wouldn't have wanted to see losing him, I never bought that he came back. It's like I was involved in a horrible scheme where I became a slave in Vegas. I guess the only other place I can go is back to Angel. I never bought that. I was like, you go find something else. Like,
yeah, Andy Hallett's character is brilliant, and I love him as a character.
It was time for him to leave.
What was that?
But it was time for him to leave. It just didn't make any sense.
Yeah, or they could have done... I mean, they were alluding to certain things in this season. The episode after this, they allude to certain things that Lorne, as great and nice and fun of a character as he is, really has a... he has a dark streak a mile wide.
Yes, sure. I mean, that's arguably everyone in this show. Like, that's somewhat what it's about, I think. But yeah.
Well, yeah. Yeah, but they never really kind of touched base on Lorne with that.
Except for the way they write him out finally at the end, which I think is pretty excellent. When he says, I'll do this last thing, but then I'm done.
Then I'm done. But also, actually, and here comes Spike.
Yep.
I love this performance because James Marsters is...
Because he's a wee puppet man.
Wee puppet man! And the fact that, Angel starts fighting with him again, and he's like, he still thinks it's funny because, well, Spike thinks every fight is funny, until he's like, hey, wait a minute, stop that. I'm not sure how they did this effect here with Angel actually landing on his feet, but it was actually well done for the puppet.
Well, yeah, because you see his shoes land on the carpet. It's great.
Yeah.
Remember when Spike picked up a sacred chalice and drank from it, and it turned out to be Mountain Dew?
Mountain Dew. That's actually in this season.
Yep.
And it was the fact...
Well, yeah, because this is the season Spike is in.
Angel realizes that Spike actually wants to be a hero more than Angel does.
I love that whole question of which one of them the prophecy is actually talking about. I think it's just genius.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because, I mean, and I would have liked to have seen that continue into a season 6 of
course.
Spike being actually, because Spike saying, listen, you got cursed with your soul. I won mine back.
Yeah, and they won me over, and I think a lot of people on Spike actually getting a soul, because this is a character that we had been building for seasons and seasons, not having one, and it was almost sort of a data question of, like, can he develop one as an undead creature, and then we just give him one. It shouldn't have worked. It should have been a huge misstep, and it ends up working fine.
Yeah, I'm pausing this scene because... I'm pausing right now because I am right at the Jim Henson scene.
Yeah.
Which is terrifying for two reasons. First of all, I mean, we have a little bit of world building here with Charles Gunn.
Yep.
Who's a great character.
He is.
Who they, again, completely kind of changed twice.
Yep, that's true.
Once with the amnesia, and now by giving him the brain upgrade, so he's essentially the lawyer of the firm.
Right.
I kind of feel bad because Charles Gunn as a character I thought was a fascinating one, and this is now kind of a new Charles Gunn, but now whether or not he wants to go back or not, I don't know, but it's interesting. but this entire scene where he's talking about the law firm and all the horrible things a law firm does. Jesus. You know, you realize that like, okay, Jim Henson is calling them out, and then you realize the demons are calling out Wolfram and Hart as being worse than them, and they're killing children. That's dark.
Yeah, because everything is relative.
Yeah. And then, you know, just this entire thing, and part of me wants to wonder if, like, are they building new demons out of puppets?
Yeah.
Because he's working on a...
Oh my god, it's so messed up. It's so messed up! Oh my god!
Because the demon is using Jim Henson. I'm calling him Jim Henson. I know that's not his name, but it's Jim Henson. Fuck it.
Right.
Sorry. Not supposed to say that.
Oh my god, you can't say that here. That's alright. You're fine. Go ahead.
But Jim Henson, I mean, you know, Jim Henson here is essentially being controlled by demons and calling them out, and is actually working on a demon, on a puppet. And I've always wondered, like, are they building new demon puppets?
Yeah.
Like, is that what they're doing? Because that's just weird.
Yeah, I guess that's somewhat ambiguous. We don't totally know. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, I never had that thought. That's a good point.
And by the way, I love the fact that we're getting so much Apple endorsement in this show.
Yeah.
Because, like, every time we have an Apple... we always have an Apple... God, I can't remember the Apple computer's name. What is it? But we always have the Apple computer in the background for this entire episode, and I'm wondering why. And here's the money shot, and that's just horrifying. Especially with the kid who's like... it's a demon kid puppet, and it just looks cute and wrong all at the same time. What do you do here? I mean... But, and this entire scene where they're like, okay, which one of you turned the head of Wolfman and Hart into a puppet? Oh god, that's just wrong. Like,
yeah, and like, it's just constantly like messing with your emotions, because you kind of lose yourself in how amusing it is to watch these like demon puppets that look kind of cute, like saying, you know, all the stuff they're saying, and there's a lot of like subversive like bad Sesame Street things. I think this is one of the better of those. And then you totally forget that like the Jim Henson stand-in is lying there, and then he says, "Let me die," and I'm like, "Oh my god, this is nuts."
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, it's like nobody touches the nest egg. You might as well have gone into the into a nuclear reactor and licked the core, which I think is just a hysterical line in and of itself, because that's something that you know, just you're like, what? And then him going like, you know, please let me die, as he's twitching there.
Also, we have a girl being careful not to get indecent in front of a puppet, which is just inherently funny no matter the situation. Doesn't matter what the context is. That's an actress in a room with a puppet, and that's really funny.
Yeah, an actress in a room with a puppet deciding that she's going to you know, which, by the way, I mean, I have to say, like, it's kind of hysterical that we have the entire thing with you know. By the way, the voice acting, where I don't know if they actually had Boreanaz like grab his nose. He's like, I can't touch my nose. I mean, it's just really well done. And also, again, you know, him talking about this and him talking about his feelings, which is kind of an interesting aspect that they're touching on in this season is that is Angel the hero that he thinks he actually is at this point?
Right.
And also that Angel is really kind of dim. Hello?
No, I'm here, man.
Oh, yeah. No, I just love, I mean, I don't know what timestamp you're at now.
I'm at 2709.
Oh, okay, so we're synced up. I just wasn't sure yet. But just, you know, ironically, at the end of the day, I realized through more than a couple of episodes that you know, Angel being kind of dim makes him kind of the perfect boyfriend for Buffy the Vampire Slayer, who is smarter than she's on, but is also kind of dim in her own way. You know, neither of them are particularly deep thinkers, and especially when you realize that, like, you know, Angel is talking to somebody who's transforming into a werewolf right now, and yep, there we go.
Yeah, and that's a thing I've not thought a lot about, the ways in which like Spike is like intellectually a foil for him, because he at least thinks of himself as more of a deep thinker. I mean, like, yeah, I guess his poetry's not good, but he like tries to be an artist, and Angel's not like that kind of personality at all.
Well, this is hysterical, just with Andy Hallett holding the puppet and asking for if there's a Geppetto in the house, which I think is just like, how do you act like this? This is just glorious. But yeah, I mean, Spike actually, in my opinion, was far more the thinker than Angel, Angelus, Liam, whichever incarnation you want to put him at. Like, Spike kind of says, he's like, listen, I kind of like humanity. I kind of like the world. You know, everybody wants to get all uppity. I can't remember, I think that second season of Buffy, where he's like, everyone wants to get all uppity with, like, destroying the world. I don't want to destroy the world. I love the world, and it's where I am.
This is also one of those episodes that's a good standalone thing, but is like not relying entirely on the gimmick of the episode, so we're actually pushing some plot threads forward.
Some narrative, yeah. Especially with Charles Gunn here, losing the intellect. And this is, I mean, I'm kind of conflicted on this one, because I never got Charles Gunn thinking of himself as a blunt instrument.
No, because he was a strategist, right? Like, he's a leader of a gang.
He was a leader of
up against vampires. Yeah, where it's like, but I could see him thinking of himself that way on Angel's team, where like he starts to doubt that he's that leader guy anymore, because he's not really allowed to do that anymore. And so it's not what it's not what he is, it's what he's afraid he's become, but he's wrong about it. That's how I always saw it.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair, because I mean, Gunn, like, I liked Gunn as one of the Angel foils, in like Gunn actually as kind of an Angel frenemy.
Right.
I kind of dug that.
Because I always kind of thought that part of the point of this arc with Gunn this season is that he doesn't actually need the, like, Matrix download dump of the law in his head. Like, he could learn all that and he could be a good lawyer, but like he's taking the easy route because he doubts himself now.
Yes. And you're correct, the Illyria arc, which this sets up, is very powerful.
Yeah, I totally forgot that this was the episode right before that happens. So, of course, and we always do that with Whedon stuff, where we have, like, this really fun episode that everybody's going to be talking about, and then the very next week, we, like, turn the knife really hard when we make everybody think that Wes and Fred are finally going to get together, and then she dies and turns into Illyria. Just right away.
Yeah, and we also don't get a sense. One of the things that I kind of like about this is that the next episode, which I watched the episode before and after this before actually sitting down to watch this one to kind of familiarize myself. We don't get a sense of time between the end of this episode and the beginning of the Illyria arc.
Sorry. That's not how magic works. That's not how the Force works.
That's not how the Force
And I forgot his name was Nox, which also kind of cracks me up.
Nox. And this is an actor that Joss Whedon uses.
Yeah.
Damn near constantly in my experience.
Yep.
I mean, Joss likes to use his own, like, to bring in his own actors around and around and around again. But it's just, this guy, I just noticed, I'm like, wait a minute, he's from Firefly. Wait a minute, he's from, wait, what's happening here? But one of the things that I would have to say, this show is growing on them. But yeah, we don't get a sense of how much time has passed between this episode and the beginning of the Illyria arc. But I give credit to both the actors for actually, for giving both of the actors essentially a sense that their relationship is kind of lived in.
Yeah, of course.
That they've been together for at least some time. I mean, you know, they make a question. They make a point that it's known around the office that they've been dating and so on and so forth. So.
Well, and I always wished that they had been allowed to be together for any amount of time before that happens, because, like, I just think Wesley's been through too much crap to have to deal with that. Like.
Yeah. I mean, Wesley is the chew toy of the Angel universe.
Yeah, I mean, throw him a bone finally. Like, you can't fully blame him for everything that happened with the baby in season 4 and all of that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, technically he did the right thing.
He just didn't have all the information.
Yeah. I love the fact that Angel has now a scar over his eyebrow and is sitting there is like, you know, trying to sew himself up. And here we go.
Yeah, just the puppet physics are hilarious.
The puppet physics is hilarious, because I don't know, like, part of me wants to go as a universe nitpick, like, so do those scars, like, stay when he, like, transforms back? What
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Did he bring any scars with him?
Yeah.
And I don't think they go into whether or not he fully has regular vampire physics, because he will like go vampire phase, but can he go in sunlight? I don't think we even addressed that.
No, we don't.
I don't remember, but I don't think that ever comes up. But it is great that he goes vampire phase. So I have to assume that if he's still a vampire, because he goes vampire phase, like, do we ever see? We don't talk about his reflection or anything either. Like,
well, I mean, my question is this: is that, like, so would there be like a burning felt puppet running through the streets if, like, you know?
He would die much faster, I think, as a puppet.
I'd imagine so. The square cube law just, you know, has to go into effect somewhere. You know? And yeah. And
I didn't remember that Happy Days line. That's hilarious.
Yes, the Happy Days.
You see the last few. And isn't it great that they referenced that when this should have been to Jump the Shark? Like, that's why they did that, right?
Yeah, they did. And I just love the fact that Angel grabs a sword. And here we go with the entire team walk out and pan down, and you have Angel with a sword.
You got to have that money shot, like, yeah. There is a comic somewhere where we do Puppet Spike, and I've never read that. I don't know if it's any good, but that has been rendered. We do have a Puppet Spike somewhere.
We have a Puppet Spike somewhere. That's alarming on a couple of levels. I have not read any of the. I believe they're Dark Horse. Are they Dark Horse comics?
Well, there's Dark Horse and IDW, so I don't know what we're talking about. But
IDW.
Well, so the current stuff's IDW, but if you go back to the Angel After the Fall stuff, that's Dark Horse.
Okay.
No, is that IDW or is that IDW? Oh boy, I forget now.
No idea.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I know that there was an Angel season 6 and a Buffy season.
I think it's jumped back and forth. Well, yeah, all that stuff is Dark Horse. But I think after the fall was IDW, and oh no, I know what it is. After the fall's IDW, and then the Buffy season 8 stuff and onward, and then we brought in Angel later because they didn't have the rights to Angel initially. That's all Dark Horse, and then now Boom has it.
Oh god, I can't keep track.
Yeah. And what I've read of the Boom, and Boom rebooted. So Boom is Buffy set in present day, and it's quite good what I've read of it.
Let's kill some puppets. I love that line. You know, I vacillate between, just because I just love Spike, and James Marsters doing Spike is amazing. So like we Puppet Man, and here we go to them murdering kids again. I mean, again, as insane as the last thing, but like the last thing we saw before the shift was the money shot of everybody walking with Angel with a sword as a puppet, and now we're going back into weirdly sexual things with the puppets, going like, "Give it all, baby!" Like, what the hell? And now we have back to Angel with a sword. What is happening? It's glorious.
Yeah, and it earns all of this. Again, it shouldn't work, but they've done all the legwork, and
but it does. I love the fact that the dog gets beheaded first, which I think is hysterical. And the puppet fighting Angel's puppet, which is even weirder. And Horatio Hornblower getting told to go protect the nest egg, and literally doing the grimace walk to the nest egg, which I think is hysterical. And the nest egg looking like it's something from Aliens. And now Horatio Hornblower choking the living crap out of poor Wesley.
Alexi, when was the last time you went back to these shows at all?
Angel, I'd say about 4 or 5 years ago now.
Yeah, I was doing a run back through it, I think maybe 2 or 3 years ago, but I don't think I finished it.
Yeah?
But like I said, I've watched this at least 4 times complete.
I love him throwing the puppet against the camera.
This was a big show for me through college. Just a really influential show on me, and especially on my writing and stuff, yeah.
Well, it should be. I mean, this... People do not realize, and Grimace getting blown away by Amy Acker, Winifred Burkle.
Yeah.
I love that. And how did you get a puppet to do a karate kick? I don't know. And here we go.
Yeah, you're a little behind me now.
Am I?
Yeah, but that's all right.
All right. Yeah, Angel Face, which I think is hysterical, and Horatio Hornblower getting killed by having his horn stuffed into his other eye, which is just weird. And I want to know what Gunn did to that poor puppet.
Yeah, where he's just holding up the leg, yeah.
The leg, but if you
or the arm or whatever.
Is the other puppet on the camera stand, and it looks like he pulled the stuffing out from the mouth of the puppet. If you look at it, you're like, what did you do?
Yeah, that's great.
I mean, one of the things I've revisited the show because, I mean, honestly, Joss Whedon we know from obviously Avengers and really kind of building the Marvel Universe and all of that. I've never seen this actress again. I don't know.
I don't think I have either.
I think this might have been her only role. Anyway. Because for XY chromosome reasons. the entire, Joss Whedon kind of transformed television in the 90s and the early aughts. I mean, he really did. And, I mean, everything that we see now on Netflix, everything we see now, I mean, including long runs of things on, season-long arcs. I mean, that started with J. Michael Straczynski, but a lot of the solid work also was built out of Joss Whedon. And I would have to say that, Angel was a huge influence on a lot of people. I mean, I think that some of the work, I mean, a Vampire Detective is not new territory, but
it was on television, certainly.
No, there were a couple of Vampire Detectives before that. I mean,
okay, well, we didn't have anything like that right then, so yeah.
What was that?
I said, I mean, like my generation wouldn't have been able to name one, I don't think.
Okay, because I'm older. Because honestly, me getting back into Angel, I had just sold the political consultancy.
Yeah. Okay. So,
I mean, I forget, James. I'm old and decrepit.
No, I know you're older than me. I'm just saying that that was new to me at the time. I know some of the stuff you're talking about before that, but I've never gone back and watched any of that. So there's vampire shows where I'm like, I don't know if that's a detective show.
Forever Night is one that
that's one of the things that I figured you were probably talking about, but I've never watched that. I
mean,
had an old girlfriend that was really into that show.
It's early Canadian television schlock, but it's good schlock. I put it in there as you're all spoiled because I'm old. Because you used to be able to get your fantasy and sci-fi.
I forgot about the Self-Esteem song. It's yeah.
The Self-Esteem song is great. The asking his werewolf girlfriend to go to breakfast, that's sweet. I mean, this episode ends on a really nice note.
I also like that we don't see him turn back in the episode. That he still has to be that for a little bit.
Yeah, and that he's. I want to know because he says well, I'm slowly changing back. What does that imply? Are
you morphing? Where there's gonna be this weird uncomfortable place where you're part felt and part flesh? How does that even work?
What happens there exactly?
That's a good point.
That's just disturbing on a multitude
That's just
of levels.
One weird line of dialogue that maybe you shouldn't have had, but it's really funny.
Yeah.
Well, guys, that is Smile Time. We got lots of Angel talk done during that. We kind of run the gamut. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff that we.
Oh yeah, but Angel in and of itself is something that we can do so much.
There's so much, yeah. Man, I miss that stuff.
It's good. I mean, Angel in and of itself, I think, changed. Angel and Buffy and Joss Whedon's work on both of them changed broadcast television, certainly. And changed how we address television. I think, ironically enough, it's kind of funny that he went to movies because I think his work on TV has made TV more cinematic.
Well, yeah, of course. It's also changed the way we write dialogue in both positive and negative ways.
Oh, agreed, because, we see a lot of people... Because Joss Whedon, who is a master of dialogue, when you see him do it well, when you see the Whedon-esque quip, I call them Whedonisms.
Yep.
They're glorious. I'm sorry, Avengers was perfect for Whedonisms. You got each and every character in their dialogue, and it was well done. And you didn't need to have a lot of backstory to actually get which character was which. Then you get Whedonisms that are bad, which, when people don't understand how Whedonisms should be used, for instance, Last Jedi. just that first scene in Last Jedi. I'm like, oh god, they're using Whedonisms in Last Jedi. This is not a good time.
Yeah, I'm with you. Well, guys, we're gonna go ahead and take a break. Sorry, Alex, I don't mean to cut you off, but we gotta keep moving. So we're gonna go ahead and take a break, and then we're gonna move on next to Doom Patrol. Somebody wanted us to look at the second episode. I haven't watched the first episode in a long time. I'm gonna be completely lost. There's gonna be probably a lot less of me talking and more just paying attention. Because somebody wanted me to watch this because I haven't seen it yet, and I'm not gonna have things to say, but we're doing it. And I'm bringing in Jeffrey because he likes that show and wanted to talk about it. And Alexi, you're welcome to stick around too if you want to.
Sweet. I haven't seen any Doom Patrol, so I
well,
was just sitting there like,
we'll watch it together. That's what we're gonna do. Yeah, Steven, I'm sorry, we're not using Cosby anymore right now. I can't run it with Skype. It's too much stuff running all at once. My stream keeps freezing when I do that. So you guys are gonna have to sync with me, and I'm sorry about that. But Dan and I are working on a different way to handle this next time we do a stream like this, and we should have it all figured out for next time. So this was kind of an experiment. I haven't done anything like this, but I'm running 4 monitors simultaneously with Skype and the live stream and trying to stream video, and it's a lot of mess on my computer to do right now. So, all right, Alexi, I'm gonna go ahead and put this whole thing on pause, and I will call you right back in about 5 minutes, man.
all right, man, talk to you soon.
Alright folks, welcome back. Just about to watch a show I don't know very much about at all. Gonna look at some Doom Patrol, and I'm gonna call back Alexi, and I'm gonna make another call as well. I feel like I'm phoning a friend for trivia. Oh, Alexi's not back yet. We'll see if he pops in here in a second. Let's see if we can get... Hold on. Hello, Mr. Vanderberg. Welcome back to The Insanity.
I hit the wrong button. Sorry about that.
Did you hit the I don't want to talk to you anymore button?
Yeah, pretty much.
That's the button that you hit? Okay, I'm going to bring in another friend of mine, Jeffrey. He wants to watch Doom Patrol. I thought it was because he knew Doom Patrol. He was like, no, I've also just been curious about this show. So none of us know the show.
This is kind of funny because I am a huge Doom Patrol fan.
Oh, good, because you'll have things to say. That's good.
But I haven't seen the show at all.
Yeah, but at least you know stuff about Doom Patrol. So, like, that'll help. That'll help us.
Hey, bro.
Hello.
Jeffrey, Alexi, Jeffrey.
Pleasure, man. How you doing?
Quite all right. Besides turning my phone all around.
It is too late in the morning for that, my friend. Can't even handle it. Okay. Second episode of Doom Patrol is what we're doing. And you guys haven't even seen the pilot, I don't think.
No, I have not.
Neither have I.
I mean, there's a lot that I know about Doom Patrol because Doom Patrol is kind of where I started comics. Of all the bizarre places to start comic, my love of comics, it was X-Men and Doom Patrol at the same time.
Yeah, you've told me that.
And, I mean, both of them were like, they were both on really interesting arcs at the time, and Grant Morrison was doing his 80s run of Doom Patrol, which is outright just weird. It's glorious, but when I say it's weird...
I love what I've read of it, yeah.
Very weird.
Well, guys, let's go ahead and sync up. Once again, if you want to watch the show with us... What's that?
What do I sync up on?
DC Universe.
DC Universe. I don't even know if I have DC Universe.
Oh, you don't have DC Universe. Oh, I should have warned you about that.
Hold on. Let me see what I can do here.
I had to do a free trial of it myself.
Yeah, sorry, man. Originally, I had that stream going, and it should have been fine, but it just keeps freezing me up, and I just can't run all that at once.
At once, yeah. I get it. Hold on.
And is this skipping the recap? Or at...
Oh, you know what? Hawkflame now, because you guys have not seen one, is saying let's just do one. So we'll just do one. Because he's the guy that asked for it in the first place. So we are just going to watch the pilot.
Alright, hold on.
As soon as Alessi can get the pilot, we're going to watch the pilot.
Yeah. I don't want to plan. I just want the free little tchotchke thing. By the way, just a little point of business before. I'm not sure if you saw that they put a strike against you on your.
It's not a strike. They've just blocked it.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm good. I'm actually downloading those videos right now, so I have them. I'm about to delete them.
All right. I didn't want you to get yourself into any sort of trouble there,
No,
right?
thank you. No, I should be fine. If we were blocked, we wouldn't be streaming right now.
Okay.
Because the first thing they take away from you is live streaming.
All right.
The videos are blocked, but I'm not actually. It's not a strike.
Cool.
I just went and checked that, and I'm still green.
All right.
But thank you for mentioning that, because I was concerned about it for a minute myself.
Yeah. By the way, my favorite thing in all of, just so you know, I will lose my mind if they do one thing with the Doom Patrol, which is the Brotherhood of Dada. just the Brotherhood of Dada alone, which is a Grant Morrison really liked doing like really insane, obscure things during his run of Doom Patrol. So he had a supervillain group that wasn't the Brotherhood of Evil; they were the Brotherhood of Dada. And like they had people in there, like there was one character who was called the Quiz. She had every power you couldn't tell her she had. So you'd have to go like heat vision, super strength, super invulnerability, super speed, and once you named it, she didn't have it anymore. And that was her power, the Quiz. And I'm like, that's just beautiful and bizarre and exactly what I want.
And that's a great name. Have you managed to get into the DC universe?
I am here.
Or are we still waiting? Okay.
All right.
We have got to get rolling here, guys. Man, I hate having to delete these videos, but
Wait a minute.
at least
pesky mouse.
At least I've got him. What's up?
That pesky mouse.
Yeah, man. Well, I knew that was going to happen. I didn't mean to have any copyrighted material on this stuff, but I don't have a mixer board, so I don't have any way right now. I didn't think of it before the stream to broadcast Skype sound without also broadcasting the video sound, and that's why that's happening.
Expletive deleted.
Alexi, just let me know when you're ready, buddy.
Because they are asking for a payment, so I'm trying to figure out.
Oh, you should just be able to do the trial thing. Weird.
Yeah, but the trial thing they ask for a payment, not a payment, but
a credit card.
A credit card. All right, yay.
Ha ha ha! You forgot to cancel it, and now we have your money.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because that's not illegal as long as there's an easy button where you can cancel it. But you have to remember to cancel it.
Yeah, which I will do promptly after this because... Okay, I'm all set.
Sure, but you should watch the Harley Quinn show at some point because it's surprisingly good.
Well, I actually, somebody had mentioned the Bar Mitzvah from Bane.
Yep, it's great.
And I was like, I have to see that. So I actually went on YouTube and there's like a clip of Bane and Harley Quinn fighting in a bar mitzvah with, of all people, Kite Man. Which
Well,
I'm
yeah,
like,
and Kite Man's a recurring major character in that show.
Like, Kite Man is a deep cut, man.
Not right now because of Tom King, but yeah.
I mean, Kite Man was a deep cut when I was big into comics when I was a kid. Kite Man was a deep cut. Like, holy crap, they used Kite Man.
Okay, guys, ready?
All right, I'm all set.
All right, here we go. Everybody, please press play right now. And now it's time for actors who are in everything and actors that haven't worked in 20 years. The show!
Okay, I already... Oh, Mr. Tunic is actually Mr. Nobody.
Yep.
They actually have Mr. Nobody.
Yes, they do. And that's who I'm talking about. Alan Tudyk, who's in everything, and Brendan Fraser, who fell off the map but is now in this.
Is he? When I say I don't know about the show...
Yeah, Brendan Fraser is Machine Man in this.
Oh, Robot Man.
A Robot Man, yeah.
Oh, sweet. There's a second Robot Man.
Bloody paintbrushes, ooh!
I kind of like the aesthetic.
It's nice and surreal and very Grant Morrison-y and kind of exactly what you would expect to see a translation of this to be.
I didn't catch that. What'd you say?
Nothing especially interesting.
Okay.
I'm just happy for more Timothy Dalton.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, I wanted Timothy Dalton Rassilon more. I mean, Doctor Who reference, I know. All right.
I did not get that right away, yeah.
Every way. 1848. Oh,
I am ready.
here we're going. We're gonna go with Nazis.
Be honest. Have you hung yourself yet?
Paraguay, 1948, Nazis.
Or what if I told you this was actually a story about super zeros? Losers.
So this has a whole meta thing that knows that it's the umpteenth superhero TV show.
How about it? Ready to
What did you say?
about your own miserable
You guys hear me, right?
the next hour or so?
I can hear you loud and clear.
You know what? There's
Our story
if I have both of them playing at the same time. So,
with a visit to a Nazi.
what did you say?
I'm sorry.
I just said that this has a whole meta-contextual thing where it knows it's like the umpteenth superhero thing on television.
All right. Yeah. I think DC has to just lean into that from here on out, frankly. I'm kind of liking that DC's trying to do something a little off.
Was renowned for his theoretical experimentation, offering certain influence for a price.
Okay,
A price Mr. Morgan was more than
called it, Nazis.
Hey, look, it's Mr. Morden. Mr. Morden!
Mr. Morden! Hold
That's
on.
a Babylon 5 reference.
nobody.
For those of you who are Babylon 5 people,
Ransom to that demented genius. And if I knew
Yeah, Hawk Flame, it is really weird that this is technically in the same continuity as Titans. Because Titans is really hard to watch and is like just dark for the sake of dark, and this show is dark but creative about it.
I have not watched Titans, so I really can't. I've got nothing to say about that. I just love Mr. Morden. No, I just love the fact that we're seeing an entirely different aesthetic, which I really kind of like as well. It's almost, old timey.
And then it's bizarre and horrifying.
Yeah, because I think, are they doing what I think? Oh God.
And also, how is this show so much less cheap looking than Titans? It makes you think it's not about the money that show has, but just what they're doing with it.
It's a directorial. Oh, yep.
It's so weird.
Who was in Florida, 1988? Wow. Okay.
I think this is the first thing I've watched today with any nudity at all.
Yeah. God. Oh. Brendan Fraser as... Wow.
Yeah, he's showing his age a little bit.
Yeah.
But he's really good in this. And of course, he's going to be primarily a voiceover. I mean, I don't know if he's actually in the suit when we get to the suit, but...
Yeah, I mean, Clifford Steele is essentially, if I remember my comic book history, and I usually do, he's essentially a brain in a jar, if I'm correct.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and are they actually doing the wow, they are going into, like, really dark territory, if I think I'm right on this. Because Clifford Steele gets mauled in a car accident, which may or may not have been created actually by the owner or creator of the Doom Patrol.
Well, interesting. Mark says that these actually kind of can't be in the same universes, even though they pretend like they are, because there's, like, a Titans appearance in the show, and he says if you watch it back to back with that show, it just doesn't work.
Okay.
Oh, and Jason Ritter says he's definitely not in the suit. That's good to know, because I wasn't sure.
Because, yeah, Clifford Steele is essentially Mauled in this. Conceivably, actually, I mean, it's been inferred that the professor in this was the guy who actually engineered all their accidents. Which is interesting. Because if they're going with that, I mean, Doom Patrol had, of all the DC titles, had the propensity to go the darkest. I mean, even in the current, it's pretty, it gets getting pretty dark.
As over the top and kind of melodramatic as that is, and intentionally so, I like that he doesn't just like get in a random car crash, but it's like emotionally motivated.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how you married a woman that was capable of acting like that, but that's unfortunate.
You get the idea that he wasn't exactly particularly, Mr. Stability himself. You know?
Some nice RoboCop callback here.
Yeah.
Homage.
There he is.
I know this actor from something. I think.
Who? What? Timothy Dalton?
Is that Timothy? Is that who that is?
That's Timothy Dalton, yeah.
Well, that would be why.
Negative Man. Or is it Negative Woman? There have been a couple of them.
I guess straight on with that beard like that. Like in side profile, it's obviously him. But right away, I wasn't sure who that was.
Yeah.
Jeffrey, are you with us?
Oh, yeah. Am I?
Now, see,
look, it wasn't an existential question, Jeffrey.
We've already seen Negative Woman or Negative Man. I don't know which one is which. We've seen the Chief, who's Timothy Dalton. Now we've seen Robot Man. Yeah, so he's just waking up realizing that he is a brain in a jar.
This has to do the same thing that Titans does. It's weird watching these pilots on the same day, where it has to establish all of these characters, and like right away, I'm curious and interested in a way I wasn't with Titans. Where it's like, look how edgy we are, and this is like weird, but like fresh and unusual, and I just don't immediately feel like I've seen this before.
Yeah. And also the fact that Robot Man has to actually has to do that, and oh, how long has he been down? 88 to 95. That's 7 years.
Yeah, I forgot what year this part was set in.
The world thinks you died at 19. Yeah.
And she's drinking a martini, which is like the most obvious thing to be drinking.
Was that elongated, girl?
I don't remember now.
Or
because I'm just not. I'm not familiar enough with Doom Patrol. I have to be reminded about who some of these characters are.
Elastigirl. Ironically, Elastigirl is the adopted mother of Beast Boy in the comics. She is able to. Oh.
Wait, both of these. Wait, this and Titans both have the same director for the pilot. That's crazy.
That's insane.
That's crazy.
That makes no sense because
I can't get my mind around that.
From what I've seen of Titans, and what I've seen of this, and the fact that they put him in the robot. Yeah, wow.
Wow, that's crazy. Nothing really should surprise me anymore. Oh, that is Elastigirl, okay. Not to be confused with Elastigirl.
What was that?
I said according to Hawk Flame, that is Elastigirl, not to be confused with Elastigirl.
Well, Elastigirl actually got, when Disney did The Incredibles, they actually had to make an agreement that she could be called Elastigirl in the movie, but all promotional material would have to have her as Mrs. Incredible.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Now that, like, you know, The Incredibles is part of the Disney consortium again, I have a question as to what that is. This is so memories. So, wait a minute. Oh, I think I figured out what's going on here. That's not good.
What's that?
Essentially, I don't think the accident he had is the accident in which he was killed. They just talked about dissociative memories, which are memories that might happen out of order.
Yeah.
So even though I haven't seen the show, I've seen clips of the show. And
Yeah.
I'll just say, Alexi, you're not wrong.
Okay.
You're very, very not wrong.
Okay. I haven't. I mean, honestly,
I think you're correct. I'm not great with subtlety.
No worries, man. I just, when you put in a turn of dialogue like that, I'm like, wait a minute, there's something off here. Oh, they're going with the Clifford Steele, or not Clifford Steele, Larry Trainer, who's Negative Man.
Yep.
Yeah, like, all of these people have powers, but are, in many ways, this was the proto-X-Men. In fact, some people say X-Men was ripped off Doom Patrol.
Right.
I mean, I don't see that, but I get where they're saying. I mean, they certainly transformed into very different things very, very quickly.
Yeah, there are clear parallels, but I don't see how it's the same thing. We're like, it seems broad enough that you can't call them the same thing when it's like, okay, they both have like older guy that has like a house for superpowered people. Like, that's not enough to say it's a ripoff.
I agree. I think it was more that you have people who are deformed due to their mutations or due to their powers.
Yeah, but that's what Doom Patrol is totally about. And X-Men has some characters like that, but it's not entirely that. Like Doom Patrol, from what I've read of it, is, and depending on who's writing it, is all about the ways in which powers can kind of be curses as opposed to, like, you know, a really fun thing to have. And with X-Men, it's both. Like, it sucks to be rogue, but nobody's like, oh, boo-hoo, Storm, you can control weather. Like,
yeah, you know, hi, I happen to be a person of mass destruction. You know, no, I mean, what I love about Doom Patrol is that these are all people, and really, Doom Patrol goes and says, you know what, we're going to up the weird factor to the nth level and just go with it. Like, we're gonna just roll with it.
Well, it's also about being creative with powers that you've never really seen before. And X-Men kind of starts with the basics and works its way down. So, like, eventually you get to those kinds of powers with X-Men, but that's not the premise.
Agree. Because, so they're going with the Lyrian train. They're doing some deep cuts because this is the original Doom Patrol, like, origins, which is essentially Larry Trainer as a, like, most of these people are mutated, they're deformed, they do not have lives anymore.
This all looks pretty good, which is so weird putting it up against Titans, especially if it's directed by the same guy.
Well, see, and I don't have a reference because
Right.
Titans, just from what they were showing me, already looked so bad. Yeah, and we're looking at Larry Trainer as not necessarily being alive anymore. He's operating as living, but he's actually not, or they don't know what he is actually.
Which is, of course, the big thematic connection between these two characters.
Yeah. And having to actually them actually having all of these characters interact. Rita, okay, so she is Elastigirl.
That's a lot of F-bombs all at one time.
Though she has a lot of 1950s, 1940s aesthetic that I don't remember her having. Maybe I'm wrong. It's entirely possible. Oh boy. I think I know where this is going. As a father of a little girl, that upsets me. It should, because that's what this is supposed to be doing as entertainment, but that doesn't mean that I have to like it.
I have the same thing with a lot of, like, kids in peril stories and kids being... I especially have a really tough time with, like, kids being forced to do things they don't want to do and stuff. Like, that always makes me really cringy and nervous, and yeah.
I'm remembering. Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's the reason she's got that hairstyle, because she's wishing she could live in the past.
Yeah. Well, where are you? Because I'm watching them watch a race.
Yeah, you're like 30 seconds behind me right now, I think.
Okay. You're in the movies. Okay.
I'm Africa, 1955.
Oh, okay, you're not that far behind yet.
Ah. All right. So.
But yeah, that's why she's got that 50s aesthetic you were talking about.
Okay.
Because she's not aging, and she was in the movies in the 50s.
It's interesting that all of these characters are now, I believe, more or less functionally immortal.
Yeah, that's the big thing that ties them all together. And now that you're saying that, I'm remembering that from this pilot. That's kind of the point with all these characters. And that's also the big thing this has over Titans is it's like we're putting all these characters together that it feels like we're just kind of watching different stories that don't connect until we kind of force them all together. And this feels like it's of a piece. So even though we have to keep jumping between different characters, and it always initially can feel a little bit tedious introducing characters. We keep jumping like Robot Man is kind of the hook for everything, so we keep going back to him so we have something to like latch onto, and so it's not as tedious.
Yeah. Alright, I mean, Elastigirl's powers, she's the one that's the most human out of all of them, if I remember correctly. Her powers are essentially, she can enlarge parts of her body just not all at the same time. She was like Giant Man, but only like parts of herself.
Yeah, I think one of the big differences between Doom Patrol and a lot of X-Men stuff is you have the X-Men that always look like freaks and the ones that are able to hide it, but like everybody in Doom Patrol, it's kind of hard to hide anything.
Yeah, she's I believe the most human of them all in terms of whatever's going on. And she's underwater, and damn, that's cold. Because she was cold to them, so they're just as cold to her, and yeah, so she's mutated somehow, and there you go.
Yeah, it's nice making us wait for this reveal. And that puts us in the protagonist's head, because everybody knows what she looks like but her.
Yeah. Because
that's a bad day.
I don't see what's going on.
Just some light pruning. Give it 5 minutes. It'll clear right up.
You'll be okay. You just need cream.
Just walk it off.
Oh, that ain't right.
I guess they can't walk it off.
Okay, so they're changing her power set a bit, I guess. Because she's melting?
Yeah, I'm not totally sure what they're doing with that.
Oh, God. Walk it off. Now, that was a joke. That was funny. I'm just getting monstrous Rita. Yikes. So, her enlarging her growth powers essentially are her entire cellular biology, I guess. Yeah? Am I wrong? Help me out.
I don't know.
Is it bigger than a bread box? Smaller than a bread box? Is it a damned bread box?
I'm out of my element with this, and I've only read a couple of things with her in it, and I just don't remember.
Yeah.
So, Cap, visually, you know what this reminds me of occasionally?
Ooh, what's that?
I think you know.
I don't write off. Oh, yeah, you know what? I was going to say that at the beginning, yeah.
What is that?
Legion.
Legion.
Oh.
Yeah, with the face being all broken up at the beginning, I was like, oh, you know what? Jeffrey's gonna make a Legion reference. That's what's about to happen.
Oh no, it's specific. The white light, the white outfit, specifically reminds me of something that happens in the second season.
Oh, okay.
Goes off, but it's.
Well, Legion does psychological.
Yeah.
Legion does psychological horror probably better than anybody on television right now. Though this looks like it's coming close.
I'm having a better watch of this the second time. I was not totally sure about it first time around. I mean, like leaps and bounds above, stuff like Titans, but
yeah,
My family thinks I died in a car crash 7 years ago. My daughter's probably grown up without a father.
That was actually a great cut.
But they deserve to know. And they can decide what to do with it. Thank you for everything you've done. But this?
That was a great transition cut.
But I also remember, and I'm going to come off prudish when I say this, I also remember thinking that some of this seemed a little bit like just vulgarity for vulgarity's sake, where it's like, I don't know why you need like 5 F-bombs in 10 seconds. It's like, I get it, you're an adult show. You can get away with that. Like, fine.
Yeah.
You're capturing the spirit of NASCAR.
Oh, okay. It's the best.
It was a little excessive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just takes me out a little bit.
Boy.
And then Timothy Dalton just pulls me back in.
That's an ancient thing called a cassette player.
Thanks.
It's ancient.
Yeah.
The ancient texts of a band called Hooters.
Oh, I forgot. This flashback continues. Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's something else because he doesn't actually get in the rag. That's right. That's a nice fake out.
Oh. Okay, so I was right.
Yeah, you're still like 20 seconds behind for some reason.
This is a bad day.
I don't know why that keeps happening. Oh, yeah. Ow.
Where are you guys at? Give me your timestamp.
I'm like 27:58.
Right now I'm at 28.
Yep.
Alright. I don't know why it's doing that.
Yeah, you're streaming the same from the same source we are. There's no reason that your speed should be slower.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just weird.
Look at that phone.
Oy.
Look at that mullet.
Man, we've talked a lot about mullets today.
Well, this is the first time.
Just keeps coming up today. It's Mullet Talk, the podcast.
Hold on. So what are you guys at now?
29.
Okay.
Same. Don't worry, nothing dramatic happens.
No, I think you're lying.
Jeffrey,
Darn.
that was amazing.
Nothing dramatic had happened.
I love how you said that just as we were seeing the actual crash. I also like that it is a car crash. It's just in a completely different situation.
Context, yeah.
It's kind of haunting listening to that voice inside that face that can't emote.
Yeah.
It's a real, like, Man in the Iron Mask kind of thing.
Well, yeah, because there's no, you know... And then... the entire... You know... The entire reaction... You know... is just like, good God. And yeah, I mean, he's essentially in a prison. And the little girl walking away is just making it much, much worse. You know, things like this hit me hard. I mean, ironically, there is one part of Avengers Endgame that hit me harder than anything else. And it wasn't the death of Tony Stark or anything like that. It was Ant-Man going back to his home and seeing that his little girl grew up.
Yeah, it's great. Yep.
And that was a part where, like, I was like, I'm not entirely sure I can watch this. And Mary, my wife, was like, you okay? It's like, yeah, it's just not, that's not right. You know?
I like the way we catch this up to present day.
Yeah. You know, and the fact that the
Did it take him that long to build the slot car thing, though? Oh, well, it's pretty massive now. Okay, he just keeps adding to it.
Yeah.
Jeffrey, I like looking at things like this and saying, please forgive the crudity of this model.
This is obviously not built to scale. This is obviously not built to scale.
Someone needs to explain to me why he needed to actually use electricity in that scene. It doesn't make any sense.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's never made any sense.
You know.
It's not an actual time machine.
That's one. It had never occurred to me before.
It drives me crazy every time I watch that movie.
Though it does seem like it's a completely like Doc Brown thing to do.
Exactly. Yep.
You know.
Are you a toy?
Your handwriting is an abomination.
Yeah, the total balance of dire but quirky amusing is really interesting in this.
Yeah, because it's... personas, each with their own special power. Yikes. Now all we need is Danny the Street. Yes, that is actually a Doom Patrol character. Danny the Street. A transvestite street.
That's insane. That will be in the show, right?
I have no idea.
But what I'm saying is this show is clearly crazy enough to go that far.
Oh yeah, I mean, if it's going this far already, Danny the Street is actually a sentient being that was invested in a street that they literally can put that street anywhere and go there by going on the street. And the street is transgendered because the curtains are all in pastel. I'm kidding you not.
Wow.
That is the like the internal logic of the Doom Patrol is in and of itself like, what am I? What? And this was being like this is the comic, and if they're going with you know, all of this, yeah, I mean, Crazy Jane and Danny the Street are actually.
Hawkflame says he's already in the show.
Danny the Street's in the
yeah.
show?
Yep.
Oh, stop.
I know the Flex characters in the show as well, I think.
Who?
I'm forgetting their name, but Flex something. Their
Flex
power.
Mentello?
Yes.
Flex Mentello's in. Okay, so Flex Mentello's in the show too. Wow.
I mean, this pilot is just screaming anything goes. Everything's on the table.
Yeah.
They really do. They do. The one clip I have seen from the show, definitely was.
Yeah, I gotta keep watching this. It's gonna be a weird thing to try to talk about.
Interesting.
But I gotta finish it.
Certain Flex you wouldn't expect.
This is just, I mean, fascinating. Like, all of these characters are. The fact that they're going with Danny the Street, that they're going with Flex Mentello. I mean, honestly, I'm waiting for them to get Mento in there then.
I feel like every character you throw out, Hawkflame's gonna be back and be like, yep, they did that.
Yeah, he's in there, yeah. If they did Mento, I'd be impressed.
So I said introducing these characters could maybe come off a little bit tedious at the beginning, but we're only 35 minutes in, and I feel like a lesser show, this would be the end of the show. Like, we'd be in the last scene right now, and like it's just it's taking its time, and it's getting a lot done all at the same time. I don't know. This is a better watch than I had first time. I don't know. I just wasn't in the right mood for this or what. Like, I didn't dislike it, but I just wasn't sure about it. I'm liking it more.
this is, I mean, honestly, if DC Universe came out with this before Titans, I feel bad now because I didn't do anything with this because Titans looked so bad.
Yeah.
And from what everybody has told me, like, Titans would pretty much create an Alexei Rage monster.
Or, you know what, I think you would be likely to have the same reaction I did, though, which is more just, I can't take this seriously, and then move on. Like, yeah. It's hard to even, like, dignify it with watching more of it or even talking about it in my mind.
I mean, here I thought that the only Doom Patrol that I would ever get was the Doom Patrol from the Teen Titans show. But this is actually real Doom Patrol. And the Doom Patrol has been killed multiple times, and the Chief keeps on bringing them back.
Somebody said that in the comments that they were hoping that they would have the guts to kill all the characters off.
Yeah, I mean, there have been characters that have been in the Doom Patrol that have been killed repeatedly. And Chief keeps on bringing them back.
Look at this bus.
What did they do to the bus? I love that Clifford's like, yeah, I'll go. And Elastigirl.
It's interesting that we have, like, specific dates for the show and this is set in present day, because it feels like weirdly out of time, like, even in the present day stuff. We're not out of time, just so heightened, like, it's not the world we live in.
Yes, but it also has it almost has the Batman animated series sense of timelessness to it. I think that's done on purpose. Because, okay, so we have, like, an Everywhere America. And the fact that we have, God, I mean, all of these characters being what they are, but this is not going to end well.
No, I can tell you that right away.
Yeah.
Oh man, that makes me want pie.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this exchange with this lady that is like, you remind me of this actress I used to like.
I haven't gotten there yet because I'm still behind.
Why are you still? That's so weird.
Don't know. I really don't know. What is your?
Talk to me about me.
4057.
I'm like a full minute behind you.
Why does that keep happening? That shouldn't even be possible.
Okay.
Are you also aging at a slower rate than me? Because that's not fair.
I'm older than you, so I kind of have a head start.
Yeah, but like then you get to slow down. That's not fair. Unless I get to slow down when I get to your age.
That's fair.
Did he just write "Hello World" on his shirt, or did he buy it that way? Like, how did he get the shirt like that?
I'd guess ridden.
It's what it looks like.
Wow, Crazy Jane. Sharing is caring. I just can't believe it.
Man, that's sad. This show makes me laugh and cry all at the same time.
Yeah. Yikes.
Yeah, I'm gonna say we did pretty efficiently get all these characters set up and then together, and like now we're doing stuff. Like, I shouldn't keep comparing these things, but if this was Titans, what we're seeing right now would be in episode 4. Same thing with Picard.
Yeah, well, Picard is... I'm not going there. No, we're being gawked at. I like the fact that Crazy Jane, the one who's quite potentially the most dangerous, is the one who's really kind of pushing them out of their boundaries.
Yeah. Yeah, they might not move forward without her, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's some horrifying information to find out about yourself.
What?
The full-on comment. Not that it was actually true, but... I don't know if I can say the thing.
Where are you at?
I believe I'm with Cap.
We're ahead of you.
So you'll be finding out in a...
Yeah, but I don't know what timestamp you're at.
I am at 44 right now.
Okay.
So you might... It's the... My dad had duffel bags full of the stuff.
Oh.
Into what was in the duffel bag. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I could say that.
I didn't know if I could either, but evidently I did. Yeah, now I'm ahead of you. What is happening here? This is annoying the heck out of me. Alright. Where are you at specifically?
Right now, 44:35.
Okay. So I am at now 44:30. Yeah, and oh, okay, that wasn't in the comics. Okay.
Maybe Matt Boomer thing. Boomer?
What was that?
Maybe it's like a Matt Boomer thing.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, Negative Man is essentially a energy form inhabiting a corpse. So technically, he does not have like. Technically, he is. They don't know what he is. And oh,
everything's going south all at once.
This is going very bad.
Wow, that's a great interaction. With
That's a line.
Oh God. Oh, this can't go.
And now
well.
she's the blob that ate everything.
Oh God. That's not her power set. Well, now it is, I guess, but oh God.
What the hell is that?
That's one way to get the cops distracted.
This all looks really good.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe you can just like put it into a jar and.
I don't think you can put. That's a big freaking jar.
Like, maybe you could, like, bulk order them? I don't know, like, just a lot of tiny jars, maybe?
But also, she's still, like, a sentient being, so, like, would she stay in the jar? Like...
Get a grip on
herself, I guess.
She lost a grip on herself. That's the problem.
Well, yeah, but, like, you know, raw emotion and all that, like...
Alright. And Negative Man has just now left his body. Yeah, this is not good.
Dun 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 dun!
No!
And it's a coming this way!
That's a classic trolley problem.
We're not doing that!
Yeah.
This is wild.
This is incredible. First of all, I like...
Speaking of streets, now he's gonna pick up Street.
Is that how we get Danny the Street?
Is this the origin of Danny the Street? He just picks up Street? I'm gonna keep watching the show just to see what they do with that character. Because I didn't know that was a thing. And I gotta know.
Danny the Street?
Yes. It's just such a weird idea. This is creepy.
No, Doom Patrol, I mean, pretty much they
Ugh.
gave... Before Grant Morrison became a thing, they gave the weird Scottish guy... Ay vey.
I was waiting till you got to it.
Yikes.
That blob has a face.
Yeah, that's just not right. Ay, ay, ay. Some blob ran amok. A robot man.
Not my mortal nemesis, a goat.
He's like, no one will ever be allowed to leave the house again.
Yeah. Daddy's home.
Stop ruining towns. That's amazing.
That doesn't even begin.
It's not that bad. So good.
Niles Calder should be shitting his pants. He knows what's coming. He'd be a fool not to. You don't spend decades
And the chief in the comics is not necessarily a good person. And so
there's plenty of room for moral ambiguity with this character.
What was that?
I said there's plenty of room for moral ambiguity with this character, the way they've established him, I think.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, and also, like I said, like Doom Patrol was pretty much the comic where they're like, wait, he's talented, but he's too weird. Put him on Doom Patrol.
Yep.
I mean, that's what they did with Grant Morrison. I mean, Grant Morrison pretty much made his career at Doom Patrol because nobody in DC wanted to put him on another book. Because Grant Morrison is weird. I mean, he really is weird. Trust me on that.
Why I love him.
What was that?
Why I love him.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I love him too, but you know, I mean, he's the one who pretty much like, okay, like, let's roll with it.
I mean, there's a little of that moral ambiguity now, honestly.
Yeah.
Where he's like, you cordoned us away and didn't give us a chance to live our lives and let our loved ones know we even exist, and You know, he's got that now.
Yeah. And Collier, it depends on where they go with him, because Niles Collier is either a villain with decent press or a misunderstood hero.
Yeah.
It's there's very little room, and he's been portrayed both ways, frankly. You know.
Well, you know, I almost said, like, right away, he's clearly not, you know, exactly a Professor X type. And then I'm thinking, no, but we do morally ambiguous with him a lot, too. Like, what? My favorite thing is morally ambiguous Professor X.
I like my Professor X morally ambiguous, frankly. I mean, there are lots of things that you can do with Professor X that makes him like, oh, you know, wait, you chose only the combat-capable mutants to go to your school first, and then treat them as child soldiers. Wait a minute. I like the fact that they changed Rita's powers to something way more horrifying.
And something easier to put on screen that's not awkward, but still kind of gets at the, you know, to the same gist.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, something crazy is about to happen.
Okay.
Having not seen this, I am very excited to see how crazy it gets. Or what kind of crazy it is.
Well, we have one character we've also introduced that we haven't put together with the rest of these people yet.
Yeah. Mr. Nobody.
Stop destroying towns.
Destroying towns is what this town was built on.
I just want that to be his advice when they leave the bus. Just whatever you do, don't destroy another town.
Stop destroying Main Street. Especially since it looks like you know, Walt Disney World, like Main Street, USA.
Yep. Mr. Morden!
Goat. Wait.
What's a goat?
That's not a goat.
What the hell?
Yep. So you've now seen that happen in something.
I don't know what...
It's just insane. Wow, this looks better than it has any right to. Stop destroying towns! Look at this, and now it's just poltergeist in the middle of this town!
Yeah, that's not good. That's a bad day.
Oh my god. I didn't remember that being that good. That is quite a pilot.
Yeah. Alright. I mean, before we do anything else, I mean, some of the deep cuts they did in there, I'm impressed with in and of itself. You know, I'm impressed with that just by itself. The fact that they went as far as they did with this is impressive. Is really impressive. The fact that somebody has confirmed that Danny the Street is in this, that means I want my Brotherhood of Dada. I want my Brotherhood of Dada just because that was just fun. You know, and the fact that they trap all of Paris in an impressionist painting that is cursed with a demon.
Yeah, it's wild.
I mean, you know, all of this is just, that's a lot of fun. That's a lot of fun.
Well, guys, we're going to go ahead and take another break for just a little bit. I'm going to talk to these guys and see who wants to stick around. The next thing I'm going to do... What am I going to do next? Let me look here.
Oh.
It's like middle of the night. I'm going to do the Spawn pilot next.
Oh, God, no.
Yeah. Somebody asked me to do that. I better knock that out before I'm just too tired to deal with it.
No. No, not that. Make me watch Highlander too, but not that. Like,
really? Do you just like the HBO Spawn show that much?
Oh God. Well, Spawn in and of itself.
Well, yeah. I mean, no, nobody knows that better than me, but
because honestly, you don't understand. I when Spawn came out, everyone's like, "Oh, Alexi, have you seen Spawn? Have you read it?" And I read like 3 episodes. I'm like, nothing is happening.
Yep, I know. Yep.
What is happening here? And everybody for like 3 years was telling me how amazing Spawn was, and I'm like, no. I mean, even Neil Gaiman, who I love and respect, and is a colleague, was like, I mean, you know, he did Angela, and he did Angela because it was part of, well, if this is what we're doing, why don't we go all the way with it?
Yeah.
And still had the only bit of world building in that entire comic.
Well, that and Morrison, but yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and take us to a break, and I'll see you guys in just a little bit.
Yeah, I kind of feel strongly about that one. Really strongly. I am not running behind time this time.
I am running with time.
All right, hey folks, we are back. We are about to watch. I said Spawn, but it occurred to me that there's not a great way to stream that with all the three of us, so we're gonna go ahead and do Constantine, which is also on DC Universe. And these guys both had to get trials so that we could do the last thing, so they might as well use them. So we're gonna do the Constantine pilot, which was on NBC. What 2016?
2014, and it actually appeared on Halloween night, actually.
Yeah, I remember that, but I forgot it was that far back. That's nuts.
Yeah.
God, it just doesn't feel that long ago. 6 years now. It's crazy. Imagine if the show was still on. We would have had 6 years of Matt Ryan playing Constantine.
Well, I love the fact that, first of all, I love the idea of this because, I love myself some blue-collar warlocks, and John Constantine is, like, one of... We're talking about before, like, vampire detectives not being, like, particularly original. But John Constantine is actually, despite being relatively new to this genre in television, was one of the originals. He was, like, the character who was a wizard who was not really particularly a gentleman wizard, which is usually the trope we had in comics. You have Doctor Strange, you have Dr. Fate, you have the Helmet of Naboo makes an appearance here, I believe.
It does, I think, in the pilot. But yeah, let's go ahead and get started and we can keep talking about it. Here we go. Is everybody synced up?
I'm all set.
All right, here we go. Everybody, please press play right now.
Scared of ravens? Only a little.
And I love the fact that they actually go all the way into this because Hellblazer, which is the comic that it features John Constantine, and the fact that John Constantine pretty much is, for all of his well-meaning stuff, is actually the guy who is mad, bad, and dangerous to know. If you're John Constantine's friend, you're either not his friend for long or you're dead. Or something horrible happens to you.
And that feeds into his vicious cycle of guilt, and he doesn't tend to learn from that, and so he just keeps making it worse.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hellblazer is an amazing comic. I don't know if it's actually still ongoing. I know it was an amazing comic, and I just love the fact that they really kind of divorced it from the rest of the DCU, which I hear is now not a thing anymore.
Right.
And John Constantine in therapy is just hysterical.
So, these days, obviously, you can get away with a whole lot more in the almost rated R territory on primetime TV than you ever used to be able to, but even still, trying to do this character, like, outside of cable is kind of crazy, and what they pulled off with this on NBC is impressive. Of course, it didn't last, but the place to have put this back then, obviously, if you did it now, you do it in a place like DC Universe, but, like, if you did it, back then, the place to put this would have been HBO or something, and, there's, irritating things that you lose, like he's not allowed to smoke and stuff like that, which drives Eric absolutely insane.
Yeah.
But obviously it goes farther than the film does, which is a really tame R.
Yeah, the John Constantine movie, despite having actually an amazing conversation with the devil and angel, was nowhere near what I wanted for John Constantine. This is actually way closer.
Right. I forgot Goyer co-wrote this. We were making fun of Goyer earlier. This is maybe one of the last kind of decent things he wrote.
Which I find fascinating because John Constantine And I love the fact that they, with this, I mean, first of all, having on his card, Master of the Dark Arts, that's just good. The only thing better would have been if the card was actually bent or folded or kind of like, you know, burnt on a corner.
Yeah, I thought that was a comic book thing, but I've not looked at enough Hellblazer.
Yeah.
Yeah, TH1, I don't know if Constantine is still on CWC. I don't know what they have on that anymore. It's been on DC Universe for a while. They might have made it exclusive. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
It's cool that Matt Ryan has... that they've found ways to keep getting him to play this character. It sucks that he's having to play a kind of dumbed-down version in the Arrowverse, and I've not looked at what they're doing with him on Legends because I kind of don't want to know.
I have not seen it. I mean, we're now in such a entertainment plethora of fandom that I actually have to be actually now selective, which is hysterical because, like I said,
same here, same here, even just in the genre. Like, this is what I do when I can't keep up with every superhero thing, even if I wasn't looking at anything else.
Yeah. And honestly, I would not put Constantine. He's a comic. I would never. Constantine never showed up in as a superhero, which is why when people say, "Oh, he's in the Justice League now," I'm like, that is stupid. John Constantine is a con artist, mystic, blue-collar warlock who showed up in a horror comic, which was Swamp Thing, of all things.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, you can put him in something like Justice League Dark, because that's a very different kind of thing. It's not really a superhero book, but if he's in regular Justice League, that's kind of ridiculous, but I don't like that the, like, term Justice League is used for Justice League Dark, because it's not really a Justice League at all. So I personally don't have a problem with that, but I mean, he is somewhat reinvented for DC when he's brought over into 52.
That's a thing because I guess, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of like what they did with the old Harry Dresden, when they put Harry Dresden on Sci-Fi Channel.
Yeah.
Where they had to water it down, and unfortunately they lost. With what I have seen of Justice League Dark, they've lost a lot of the humor that John Constantine brings in, especially that really British humor.
Yeah.
And I think they lost the same thing with the Dresden Files. Again, another blue collar warlock, you know. And it's funny because both of these shows had something really. I think I froze.
I see it. Nope.
Okay. Oh, that's not good for my mouse. You know, I like these sort of shows, and it's funny where we have like Supernatural, and it's what. Is Supernatural at its 20th season yet? Is it going to actually hit its 20th season?
I thought it seems like it finally got shut down like 3 times, and they just kept bringing it back.
I mean, when we have Supernatural out there, we should have some stuff like this.
Yeah, and it's sad that this couldn't make it more than a season. I think this was an expensive show to make for them.
It was, and they mismarketed it.
Right.
They put this on a Friday night, and they put it on their first episode Friday night on regular television on a Halloween. Which, if it was a Halloween on any other day but a Friday night,
then that's a good idea. Yeah.
You're still making a risky choice, but a better choice than most. Friday night, this audience is already at a Halloween party.
No, you're right. They should have just made it like Halloween week sometime, but not squarely on the day.
Yeah, agreed.
No, you're right. That was absolutely a mistake.
And once
But
you
even
lost
if they hadn't
that-
done that, I don't know if this stays on the air. Like, they couldn't keep Supergirl on either. It had to move to CW. Like, after a while, NBC was like, we probably just can't make shows like this.
Yeah. And it's a Friday.
I don't think you will ever see that network try to put out a superhero show again. Especially because there's other places to put them now.
Agreed. I mean, this show starting on like HBO or Netflix or Amazon would have been a much better choice.
Or even like AMC. I mean, there's a lot of places you could have put this.
Yeah. I love the fact that he gives her the card.
This is one of those actors. This is one of those roles where like this actor was born to play this part. I kind of can't imagine anybody else in this role at this point. And I mean, that's why we keep bringing him back for voiceover work and stuff. There's a Constantine animated movie that was made a couple years ago with him that is fantastic.
I'll have to see that.
It's not quite as good as Suicide Squad: Hell to Pay, but it's close. It's pretty good.
Well, just this alone, and here comes the Angel. And by the way, the fact that he is essentially a agnostic. Is this? Wait a minute.
What's up?
Is that the actor who also plays the Angel on Lucifer?
I don't know because I haven't seen that show in so long. I don't think he's in that show.
No, it's not DB Wood.
No, that's DB Woodside?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. That's the guy from Lost.
Okay.
He was in Lost. He was in Matrix Reloaded.
Okay. He just looked for a second like I was like, wait a minute. If they did that, I'd be impressed.
Yeah, nobody can explain to me how Lucifer has stayed on the air, or did stay. I mean, maybe it's done now. I think it finished. I guess I don't know. Or did it go to Netflix? It's on Netflix. Yeah. Nobody can explain to me how that show stayed on for as long as it did on network TV, and this didn't. I don't understand that.
I think two things. One of which is time slot. Again, you put this on a Friday time slot. You're done. It's it's called the Friday death slot for a reason. Second of all, Fox was willing to invest in it, and I believe this was CBS, or was this ABC?
This was NBC.
NBC, excuse me. That in and of itself is gonna kill you. This is not made for network television at this point.
No, and it's made as much not like a network show as they possibly could have gotten away with, which of course I respect a whole lot. And NBC was behind this show. It seemed like they were trying with it. I think they just. I don't think. I mean, obviously they didn't put it on Friday to kill it, or they wouldn't have given it the money to make it in the first place. But for some reason, they must have thought that was where the audience was for this.
Well, they're not behind it. They were behind the idea of having a superhero show, which is why they tried with Supergirl later on.
Later on, yeah.
The problem is that once they invested in it, and they're like, we can do this, it's going to make a lot of money. They didn't realize what they were investing in, and also their market share is not invested in these kind of shows.
That is the story so much from like big executives where they just don't do any homework to see what it is they're even buying.
Yeah.
That kind of crap happens all the time.
That is fair.
Like famously, the executive you told me about that thought that they owned Star Trek when they actually, or thought they owned Star Wars when it was actually Star Trek. Like this kind of nonsense happens all the time.
Oh yeah. No, that happens. That happens often. The gentleman who once made the grand pronouncement after buying Marvel Media, ladies and gentlemen, we own Superman.
Yeah.
To which somebody went, sir, we own Spider-Man. He's like, oh my God, we've got to stop this. What have I done? I mean,
that's so out of touch. Like, not just because he didn't, know the difference, but that, like, wouldn't you check and see what you're buying? Like,
by the way, the symbology here, whoever they had do the symbology, making it look really nice, I enjoy that.
Just all the occult stuff.
The occult stuff.
Yeah.
Just because you can try to do occult stuff where you look at it and you're like, and especially on a show like this where the occult trappings are something that are going to, to kind of hang on the show. And there's stuff where I've looked where I'm like, oh god, that looks horrible. And there's stuff where I'm like, okay, that looks kind of cool. And like I said, they kind of did some good work here. And this show, there's no excuse for this show not doing well.
I didn't remember Constantine being off screen as much as he is through the first 15 minutes of this.
I do, because I was going to say you needed a character. I mean, the young woman is our gateway character. I mean, she's there to kind of, she's going to be the Boswell of the show.
Well, it's been a while. Isn't she written out right away? Isn't it like a different girl in the second episode? Or am I thinking of something else? I'm pretty sure she's not even in. And then, like Chaz comes in, but he's like recurring. Like you'd think he'd be every episode, but I don't think he's in as much as you think he will be. It's been 6 years since I watched this. I reviewed every episode, but it's been a really long time.
I don't remember. I mean, I remember Chaz being in, which, like I said, being a friend of Constantine is a very, very, very dangerous occupational hazard.
Right. Well, and what they do with him in the show is fascinating.
Yeah. Yeah.
My wife loved this show. Nobody was sadder when it was over.
Oh, I mean, my wife too. I mean, my wife loved this show.
And Sarah's not into horror stuff, but for whatever reason, she just latched onto this character really hard in the Constantine movie, which is a very different thing from this, but she loved the show.
Well, I'll put it this way. I mean, occult detectives and blue-collar warlocks, I mean, you can go all the way back to Kolchak the Night Stalker for television occult detectives. But John Constantine here, this is probably the best, fullest realized John Constantine we're going to get.
Yeah.
I
mean, I'm going to assume that we will get him in DC movies, but he's going to be, like, in superhero stuff when we get him.
Yeah.
Well, and I mean, like, they're trying to make a Justice League Dark movie, but I don't know if we're going to get something like a real Constantine. I also think it's possible that they cast Matt Ryan if they do that. And I think that is possible.
I mean, I would be, at this point, he's a J.K. Simmons. Just sign him up,
Yeah, and the difference is, like, nobody, I mean, I don't want to speak for people, but I feel like the majority of people wouldn't really care that, like, he's Constantine in multiple continuities because it's really easy to write off the CW shows at this point.
Yeah.
So, like, who cares what we did over there? But, like, I don't know. Anybody that does it is going to be measured up so hard to him, they're going to have to make some kind of, like, really hard turn so that it's not somebody doing a Matt Ryan impression. Because if you make him, whoever else plays it, if you make him, really authentic to the source material, he's just going to look like he's ripping off Matt Ryan.
Well, yeah, because, I mean, Matt Ryan at this point is the iconic... He's iconic. I mean,
yeah.
He's got the look down. He's got the accent down. He looks like he's, he looks and acts as I would expect John Constantine to act, which is a guy who hasn't had a shower in about 2 days, has lived a very long and hard life, and is just kind of like, I don't, I don't have crap. I don't have this kind of. I don't have time for this kind of crap.
I also think that that's a role where you don't have to worry too much about him getting too old to play it. Like, if we didn't cast him again for 20 years, he could still play it. Like, okay, you got a 50-year-old John Constantine, who cares? Like, and that was a character that famously aged in real time in the comics.
Yes, he did. And John Constantine should look like 50 miles of bad road. I mean,
It's like the Ghostbusters, right? Like the older and fatter they get, the better. And I think Constantine is just like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I couldn't live with it. I mean, honestly, John Constantine doesn't look like a fat John Constantine. I'm not sure I could get.
I don't mean that. I'm just saying that him being older, he needs to look disheveled anyway. I don't think a 50, 60-year-old John Constantine's a bad thing.
Oh no, not at all. Not at all.
And you just say that he's got a lot more experience behind him. You just said it a lot later in his career. That's it. But they got him pretty young, and he could play this forever.
And infamously, John Constantine is supposed to be. When you meet John Constantine, the thing about John Constantine that I find fascinating is that when you meet him in his first appearance, which is Swamp Thing, right before Crisis on Infinite Earth.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Because he's the one who's essentially telling John Constantine, or he's the one telling the Swamp Thing, listen, we have to take care of the mystical side of the Crisis. He's already, the Swamp Thing doesn't know what he is, or how powerful he is, or that he's essentially a god. John Constantine is taking him through all of this occult world, and everyone knows about John Constantine, and you're either his friend, he was your friend, or you want him dead.
It is brutal car wreck night on Geekvolution.
Yes, it is. It always is.
So I just had this thought: if somebody got DC Universe for whatever reason and didn't keep up with stuff like I do, and went and just started looking at shows, and they saw that this was a more recent thing, but they didn't look at the date of it, I could see you assuming that this must be in the same universe as Doom Patrol and Swamp Thing.
Yeah.
It's kind of unfortunate that the timing wasn't different and that this couldn't have been made on DC Universe, because they might have gotten more seasons. The only reason Swamp Thing didn't was because of some weird thing with where they were shooting it, where they weren't able to get like a tax grant they were supposed to get or whatever. And everything else is continued. This would have kept going probably. It would have been really nice for this to be tied into Swamp Thing somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, I would have loved to have had. Swamp Thing was always kind of I was kind of like, okay, we're gonna do Swamp Thing, okay. I mean, kind of.
I still haven't looked at that, but I've heard nothing but good things.
I've heard it's good, and
then it got canceled right away.
Which is a shame, but Titans got another season, which confuses me. But I mean, Titans Swamp Thing actually being a thing with this, I love it. I mean, this is exactly how you should have Constantine. He is that kind of guy, but the one thing I will say that they don't have in this show that I would like them to do more of, that's a shame, is Constantine, for all of his magical power, is actually more of a scam artist than anything else.
Yeah, that's true, and I think they're trying to play him, I don't want to say altruistic, because he's not. He takes advantage of people and manipulates people a lot in the show.
Yeah. But he's not conning them I would love to see them there is an infamous series or arc.
Yeah, there's the
in
Dr.
Hellblade.
Fate helmet.
What was that?
I said there's the Dr. Fate helmet.
There's the helmet of Naboo. Don't put on the helmet of Naboo. Just don't do it. Ask Nelson.
What's with these locations? Illusion Falls?
And him having something like this, John Constantine is in this universe is a lot more put together than most.
Yeah.
Because, no, John Constantine doesn't have this. He's usually the guy who comes in here and is like, yeah, I kind of broke in. I needed a couple of books from you guys. How you doing?
Yeah, like, the way I understand John Constantine is that he's, like, nearly homeless. Like, he's like a wanderer, and he doesn't really have anything.
No, he's, like, completely homeless. He's always running around. He's essentially, they described him traveling using essentially magic to travel around places because he doesn't have gas money. And everybody wants John Constantine either dead or something, because he scams his friends just as often as he scams his enemies. And I mean, there's an arc in the comics where he literally sells his soul to 5 different devils, 5 different demons of hell, right?
That's crazy.
To save his life. He does it like that, right?
Yeah.
And then, so what happens is that when he's dying, they all come to claim him, and they're like, wait a minute, you have him? Well, I thought I had him. So they're like, if this happens, none of us can afford to back down from the other, but none of us want to go to war with each other either, because it would be far damaging to it would be so damaging to us that other demons would prey upon us. So we have to keep them alive. And that's how he's he's constantly scamming people, but he's also like one step ahead of everybody else, but just barely.
Yeah, well, and again, he does do that in this show, but I can see why you would complain that it's not as much as, he does in the blog.
Yeah. He's a lot more clever. Like, there's not as much cleverness that he puts into his thing. Angelic time stoppage. That's a Lucifer thing too.
It's a good effect. It looked nice.
Also with a Black Angel.
Oh, does Lucifer also do? You mean in the TV show it also does that? Have you watched a lot of that show?
I've watched some of it.
I watched maybe half the first season.
It's okay.
It's fine. Yeah, it's too procedural for my taste, but
yeah, I mean, it gets a little less procedural as time goes on. I think season 2 and onward kind of got out of the police procedural thing and added a little bit more arc to it.
Well, I should maybe go back to it at some point then.
I mean, again, kind of a very different thing considering that, I mean, again, reading the Neil Gaiman comics, I enjoyed them. So that's why I think I gave it probably more of a chance than I should have.
I mean, it would have been nice if this had stayed on and then that happened and they had crossed, but
I am genuinely wondering, because, I mean, there's a lot of talk about them doing Sandman, like the Neil Gaiman Sandman, on, Netflix or whatnot.
And you need to do that as a miniseries or a TV show and not a movie.
Yeah, I agree.
I just don't see...
There's way too much more there for that. But my question is this, is ultimately at the end of the day, for something like that, are they going to... I mean, Lucifer is like a pretty big deal in those, in that universe.
Good call. Are they just going to leave it out, or are they going to reinvent it? And then... Because usually you don't have a TV show and a movie at the same time for a thing like that.
Yeah. or two TV shows that are competing against one another that are owned by the same brand.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of Lost alum.
Yeah.
That's Faraday. I don't know that actor's name, but he's Faraday in Lost.
Yeah. He just needs a cage.
That's right.
But I'm bummed.
He gets a little typecast. He's always playing neurotic people.
Yeah. Yeah, it's...
He's a good actor. I like him.
Now, my question is this, is that with the, like, with all of this, I like what they're doing here. They're mentioning the Newcastle incident, which is where John Constantine gets himself committed due to his due to that, but he also had a group of friends who tried to do it with him. This is actually, and this actually kind of ironically ties into what we see on again, Angel and Buffy. Without Angel and Buffy, John Constantine could not be put on television, in my opinion.
No, I agree with that, sure. I also don't know if it would be on anybody's radar and if they would think to put it on television.
That's fair. Now, my question is this, is that Giles, ironically, they do a background event with Giles, essentially performing, you know, essentially backroom exorcisms, which is essentially what John Constantine is known for as a, which is part of the Newcastle incident, is that he got, like, half of his friends killed.
Yeah, that's a good point. Man, if Ripper had happened, how close does that end up being to something like a Constantine show?
Well, actually, and this is, I alluded to this earlier, that I said that the article, one of the articles I wrote, which is for What If It Was Good, was actually, if there was a character to take off of, there's a character to take off of Buffy and create a spin-off of, it wasn't Angel. Because Angel, ironically, what we did is that we just took Spike and turned him into Angel for Buffy.
Yeah.
What I would have done is that I would have said the character that they really after season vampires that no one had any note doing. And it was talking about her, a lot of characters. So,
yeah, Alexa, your audio's getting all muffled for some reason. I don't know what that is.
Better?
Yeah.
Now better?
Yep.
All right. Yeah. Sorry about that. But yeah, what you do is you do Angel. Instead of Angel, you do Ripper in LA, and you essentially have that as your spin-off TV show. And at that point, you know, that would have been your Constantine. I mean, you know, ironically having Giles, who has alluded to the fact that he is not he is not in any way a proper English gentleman, as he put it, you know, is actually probably far more of a John Constantine-like character than anything else.
Yeah, especially when you get him by himself and not being a mentor to teenage kids and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's listening to the Sex Pistols half the time, for the love of Christ. You know, he's you know, he's a punk punk rock warlock.
Wasn't he in a band with the friends that were involved with the Newcastle incident? Or
yeah, that's a thing.
Yeah, he was. John Constantine was in a band, and I believe a couple of them were his lovers as well. Because one thing that they don't put in here is that John Constantine is like pretty much the first bisexual I think he's the first openly bisexual character in DC.
Truly a bicon.
What was that?
Truly a bicon.
I don't know what that means.
It's the combination of icon.
He's making a joke.
Bicon. Oh,
it's not so much of a joke, but I guess more a meme than anything. Not that.
Please understand that I am old and decrepit, and sometimes I miss these things.
I am young and also decrepit.
Yeah.
So decrepit, I actually watched this when it premiered live, being like, yeah.
I didn't because I have kids that wanted to go trick-or-treating, and if I didn't do that, I'm pretty sure I would have had a child riot on my hands. But I did tape it.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what most people do. And also, it's important to note that 6 years ago is long enough ago that most networks, and especially broadcast networks, weren't keeping track yet hardly at all of streaming after the fact and counting it into their ratings. And we do that now, and that helps. I assume that helps keep shows on at this point in a way that it didn't back then. If you weren't sitting there as it aired, it doesn't count. And that's a mistake now. So I think at this point, if this came out on a Friday, it's not as important as it was back then if people actually showed up on the day.
Yeah. Your +7 numbers are now way more important than they were ever.
It took way too long for that to happen, too.
Well, you have to remember that the problem is that the networks at that point were not entirely sure if they wanted to do that, because remember, they were not actually on their streaming and on their DVRs or on their order systems. They did not actually have as much monetized support, so you didn't want to actually highlight those numbers.
Oh, okay, that's your point.
You know, if
and
you
that's
highlight
changed now.
Yeah, that's now obviously changed because now you can't fast forward through commercials on these sorts of things, and if you do it, it's bad, and et cetera, et cetera. And again, this is way more of John Constantine being kind of like action hero-ish than kind of scam artist.
Yeah, here, but I mean, he does more of that kind of stuff lately when we get into like, old friends of his that can't trust him and all of that. There's one guy in particular that he screws really hard. That's super sad episode.
And that's the thing is that they also kept on changing. They put this on in October, and so I think they did 2 episodes. That might have also killed it. Because think about it, you do October 31st, then maybe next week you do October 7th, and then next week is October 14th, which is Thanksgiving weekend almost.
You mean November, but yeah.
Or, you know what I meant, November, excuse me.
Yeah.
And then you lose all of, no one puts anything on during the Christmas season because it's Christmas.
No, you're right. I mean, you started too late. Like, there's a reason shows start in September.
Yeah.
And it would have been smarter for a show like this, especially when you only had a 13-episode order, if it had started in January, I think.
That, or what you do is you set it up so that you do it in September. You do they were still at that point still doing, your mid-season break.
Yeah.
So you do a mid-season cliffhanger, like right before Halloween.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good idea.
I mean, I am hoping that we see more stuff like this come out. Adult kind of horror / action, supernatural thriller activities.
Yeah,
That's what I want.
And we will. I think there's more than a place for this kind of thing, and more places will take risks on it, but not broadcast. This just doesn't make a lot of sense for broadcast.
No, for broadcast television, this is not a good idea.
That's the main reason
and
it
the
didn't
effects
work.
that they do on this first episode, they kind of blow it out of the park.
It looks really good. No, I know I love the ambiance of this, but like at the same time, it's just clearly not a thing that's going to be for everybody. And that's one of the big accolades I can give it, is that it's not trying too much to be for everybody. Like, there are compromises it's making, certainly, in what Constantine was in the comics to reach a larger audience. But as Eric is the biggest Constantine fan I know, and he suggested that if they went too much straight up by the book with the comics, that is such a narrow audience. Like, first of all, you can't put that on broadcast, but even if you can, that is such a, and I don't mean people that like Constantine, I mean people that would like that version of Constantine. Like, he's not likable. He's not even remotely heroic, that guy. And if you and so like, that is such a small audience. I don't see how you keep that on the air, even on an HBO or something. Probably.
That would be tough. No, I mean, like I said, I'm not looking for an exact interpretation, because there are things you can do in comics that you cannot do on television.
Yeah.
It's just, no way.
And that's why I appreciated just how far they were willing to actually take the anti-hero thing with this. There's a lot of characters that we act like are anti-heroes that at the end of the day kind of aren't, or that we pretend like are heroic even though they're doing like crummy things.
Yeah. Now the kid dying, I don't know what that meant, or where that tied into this. Maybe I missed something. Did I?
It does. I can't remember anymore. It's been so long since I've seen this. But I mean, he's like his journey is just trying to, do something about Astra, his having sent her to hell.
Yeah.
And the whole show is about him constantly making things worse by trying to make up for past mistakes and not just moving forward. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is that he's not trying to be better. He's trying to go backwards.
Yeah.
And that's where it really captures the essence of that character, I think.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing about Constantine is Constantine never forgives the mistakes that he makes.
Yeah, I mean, he's the consummate guy who's too hard on himself.
Yeah. I love the fact that they have a lighter, but they just refuse.
What are these mystical creatures known as cigarettes?
Yeah. They give him the lighter, but they won't give him the cigarette.
And the producers just fought tooth and nail, and there's like a couple of token places where they finally let him light up, but I don't even think he's allowed to puff on it. Like, I think maybe at the end of this he's gonna like put one in his mouth or something.
I mean, ironically, at one point, if they're gonna do it like this, you know what I would have him do? Give him Nicorette gum. Or Nicorette gum, like, throughout the entire, like, episode. And finally, at the end, just, like, toss it away and pull out the lighter.
It's kind of interesting that the first episode ends with him putting his arms out on fire like that, because that was the image they sold the show on. Like, that was a poster.
Yeah.
And then this just gives me Heroes flashbacks.
Yeah.
But at least she's not painting the future. Sorry, what?
This was a fun rewatch. It's been years since I've gone back to the show in any way.
I haven't gone back to that either. I should watch back through it again. I remember loving Papa Midnight in that show.
God.
Okay, it is 3:30 a.m. my time. I've been at this over 17 hours now, and I don't know where all that time went. But I've had to skip some things. But man, I've watched a lot of stuff. Okay, we're gonna take another break, and once again, I'm gonna find out what these guys want to do. I don't know what I'm gonna do coming back yet, so I'll just let you guys know when I come back. But give me another 5 minutes, everybody, and I will see you again in just a bit. Bye-bye.
I could be wrong, but
folks, we are back. I am here with Jeffrey. Jeffrey and I are still trucking through the wee hours of the morning, and appropriately, super late at night, we're going to watch the first episode of Spawn, and we're going to get to watch Todd McFarlane's delightful opening. I'm very excited about it. So, I'm going to have flashes of Spawn here, I'm sure. This is available on Amazon Prime. That's how we're going to watch it. And there are two different ways to watch the Spawn animated series. They put each season together without breaks as like movies. We're watching the single episode version so that we're only watching the first half hour. And like I said, that is on Amazon. That's the easiest place to watch it. And so if you want to sync it up with us, go ahead and pull that up if you've got Prime. And once again, I'm not broadcasting right now the screen grab room because it just has not been very reliable. Somebody says I'm really soft. I'm getting a lot of feedback for some reason.
Is that possibly from me?
I'm not sure. Oh, you know what? I just have my slider switched. Is all it was. I had the desktop too quiet next to my mic. So we should be good. Okay. So sync up with us if you can, and we're gonna get into the first episode of Spawn with the wonderful Keith David. All right, you ready, Jeffrey?
I'm ready for these burning visions.
You ever seen this?
I have not.
Oh boy, this is gonna be hilarious. Okay, that's gonna be very exciting. All right, please press play right now.
It's not TV.
Look, he's got Spawn boxes. And he's got Violator parts. And there he is. He's working on Spawn. This is some of the last drawing he'll ever do because McFarlane decides he just doesn't feel like drawing anymore.
I mean, why draw when you're an artist?
I wonder if he's working on an actual book that came out there. I need to zoom in on some of those pages at some point. Well, I don't know. That's a pretty broad thing. No, I need more details, Todd.
I'm Todd McFarlane, and I created Spawn.
I don't know. Is it you offering me the deal, Todd?
Yeah.
'Cause I think I
So at the end of this, Jeffrey, he's gonna say, "And now for Spawn. So turn out the lights."
Okay, I can do that. It just would get very dark in here, and you might not see this face.
That handsome mug.
I'm sure some in the audience, if not everyone, would rather not. But guess what?
Oh, I didn't realize it was on HBO Go. Of course it's on HBO Go. Here we go. So turn off your lights. I love that. He says it every time. I like the animation of the show. It's of course. Oh, and I forgot Alan McElroy developed this. He has a not good run on Spawn. If memory serves, because I mean it's been forever now, and I've tried to kind of excise it from my memory, but Alan McElroy, I think, writes a bunch of Curse of the Spawn. Am I right about that?
Are you asking me?
No, I'm asking myself. I'm not sure. Look, it's so sad and haunting.
I am become weak. Were there a lot of toys for the show?
I don't think the actual show had its own line of figures, no.
Because I remember as a kid, despite knowing nothing about Spawn, being able to buy a bunch of Spawn figures from Five Below.
Yeah, and it was all comics. And there were movie figures. But yeah, I don't think it specifically really had its own figure line.
No, I just wasn't sure because I've never even seen the animation style at all.
Yeah. I mean, it's close enough to the comics that I think it would have been kind of negligible, but...
The figures, from my memory, had more of like a over-exaggerated cartoon atmosphere to it.
Yeah, but I mean, that was the book, man. Like, it was a really flashy, splashy book. Robert Wild says, this show came out the same year as the movie, 97. It was the best of Spawn. It was the worst of Spawn. That is absolutely true. Although that's not true, because I still say the movie is overall better than the comics if you read a good chunk of them, just because it gets some things done. Like, it's not a good movie, but it gets some things done that it took a million years for the comics to, which just inherently makes it better, because it doesn't drag on forever ad nauseum. And it makes it a lot less convoluted.
Very intense eye movement.
So I think a lot of kids, a lot of like teenagers or like preteens, like me when this came out, thought that this was a big deal, and it felt like a thing you're not supposed to be watching because it had, it was so violent and had so much blood and stuff. And there wasn't stuff like this in America. Like, this show was a big deal because it was a serious rated R violent show that was animated. We didn't make those.
Gotta aim it just right.
Like, this blood and violence is insanely over the top.
Maybe.
And it does, scream like, look how insanely edgy we are. Like Titans, but it's still better than Titans. And I don't think McElroy is a great writer, but he's a better writer than Todd McFarlane.
I'm just so enthralled.
Yay, Amnesia, because that's always compelling.
Amnesia, I forgot I had that.
I don't get it. This is taking some cues, I think, from a lot of popular animes. Yeah, Robert, that's getting kind of redundant, I know. Most everything is better than Titans, although not Inhumans and not Iron Fist. Catherine Hall, we are watching Spawn. Because I just want to torture myself some more 5 years after Spawn year. 6 years now after Spawn year. Good lord.
Dramatic lighter.
Jeffrey, Constantine started the same year Spawn year ended.
I feel kind of old.
Yeah, you think you feel old.
I know.
Why do your chains sound like vipers? Why is that? He pulls his chains out like...
I love the little sounds of just. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, this does watch sillier now, of course, than it did then, but it's just everything's relative.
Oh, no,
this was scary back then. We didn't have anything like this.
No, I can see it being scary for the time, but it's just. It seems like it's the same kind of shot of Spawn, just like.
That's exactly right.
As these people are just like, no!
And see, we're doing a lot of things just because we can. Look, we can have massive violence, and we can have swearing, we can have nudity. So we're gonna do all of that in the first 5 minutes. I can't remember if there's straight up F-bombs in this pilot.
Does not allow its warrior children to roam unchecked. And so each is given their proper escort.
Well, TH1, yes, I did get really sick of Spawn, and I have not gone back to this material, really. I think Eric and I sat down together and watched this pilot once, just for the heck of it, but, like, no, I'm doing this because somebody requested it, and, I mean, I know I have lots of requests I'm not going to get to, so I could have skipped this, but Jeffrey hadn't seen it, and I thought it would be fun to make Jeffrey share my misery.
I love sharing misery.
So, of course, and I don't want to go back and, like, completely rehash all the major points I made about Spawn and Spawn here, but the biggest issue with this material, of course, is that Spawn was not proactive, and he was always, in the comics, he was always, like, sitting around moping in an alley, just waiting for stuff to come to him in the alleyway. And the series is better about that. This show is, believe it or not, the best Spawn material we ever got, particularly when we get to Season 3. 2 is not good. It's really kind of boring.
I both don't believe you and believe you entirely.
You see violence.
I have that effect on people.
It's a gift. Does the clown does not have like a top what's the word, button in their pants?
Yeah, he just needs to sew one on, you know? Why does he keep pulling his mask off almost and then stops? Do you notice that? Every time we go to a flashback, it's like I've put it back on my head completely. One thing you can't do in animation, of course, is what the comics do with Spawn, which is between panels, sometimes his mask is just on and then not on and then on again, because his costume is alive, and so he doesn't actually have to pull his mask off. It will just, like, recede and come back on, which, like, would look kind of weird in animation, so they don't do that. But, like, in the comics, you never have to really see him pull it off. Like, I think he can do that, but it can also just, like, recede back into him.
It'd be interesting to see.
And Spawn is, if you don't know, basically an all-powerful being that has, like, limited use of his powers. So he can do anything, but if he expends too much energy, he gets sent back to hell. And that's what the timer is supposed to be for.
Interesting.
And the timer never pays off, but that's what it's for. It's supposed to be a ticking time bomb.
Also, is it just me, or do I find I find humor in the fact that you've been screaming for 10 minutes. I'm not sure if it's, I mean, you could have been screaming for longer, but, you know, 10's a good solid number, I guess, or 10 minutes, how could you?
Who are you talking about? Who's been screaming for 10 minutes?
Vaughn, the person came up to him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But I've always liked all the shadow work in this show. It does the same thing Batman the Animated Series did, where they're starting with a black canvas and building from black instead of having a different color background. I think it's taking a lot of its cues from that show. Just in animation style. Certainly not pacing.
That is what we in the biz call an understatement.
Yeah, this is all about atmosphere. We are 12 minutes into the show, and as far as we can tell at this point, the only set we'll ever be on, and the only thing that exists in this world is an alleyway. Here's Sam and Twitch. Believe it or not, some of my favorite characters in comic fiction. The first Sam and Twitch series by Bendis, which is Bendis' first major comic work, is great, and still very much worth going back and looking at.
I will definitely look into reading that at some point.
These are as close as we get to comic relief characters in Spawn. Yeah, Robert, the animation is kind of stiff, but I just always felt like somehow that sort of worked to its advantage in this. It's hard to explain why, but like this isn't a big like, you know, action fisticuffs kind of show. And again, it's so much just about the raw atmosphere. But it doesn't get enough done, certainly. Hey Jeffrey, how come that person had so much strawberry jam in their system? I don't.
I mean, you know, jam's very popular this time of year.
That is really thick strawberry jam.
We've got cobbler, but above all, our most popular would have to be our iron-rich strawberry jam.
Let's just make these characters complete stereotypes. So the only laughs that we're supposed to have had so far, not that it's actually funny, is Sam's a cop and fat and likes donuts.
That is what we call a joke. I am laughing now.
We have this weird obsession in Spawn with like chessboards and like chessboard patterns, and that flashback with Al Simmons and his wife is pulled right out of a later issue where we've already gotten to a place, and I think it's around when Alan McElroy's doing his run, where we're constantly seeing that chessboard pattern everywhere for some reason. I did not remember that being there.
So Spawn is wearing the mask, but also a hoodie, not a hoodie, a beanie over the mask.
Yeah, and it's hilarious, and I want that action figure. I wish McFarlane had made that, but he didn't. I also want Spawn to like jump over a cop car right now, so that a cop could go. So one cop says to the other, "Hey, what was that?" And the other one goes, "I don't know. It looked a little bit like a demon in a trench coat."
Spawn looks more like he's about to go record his Sad Folk album.
Yeah, wouldn't it be great if that was an album cover where he's got his beanie on, he's just got his hands over his head?
It's Spawn and Bright Eyes coming together for a collaboration the world has never seen before.
I think the idea of a person dying and then like coming back to life sort of in this way, but being enslaved the way Spawn is and not being able to go back to his life was like a really like perverse and in a weird way appealing idea to me as a kid. And that's why I always was kind of drawn to Spawn. This was a really original idea to me at the time. And only later did I find that it's really super derivative, and lots of things do this. But this is where I landed on this idea in the first place.
I'm listening to what you're saying, but that ice cream is very distracting.
Yes, have some.
Yummy. What's the clown's name?
Clown. I think it's really funny earlier when he kept saying the clown. I'm like, oh, he knows about the clown. And he's like, wait, what's the clown's name?
His name, Jeffrey, is the Clown.
Well, it's actually Violator, but when he's in clown form, he's just called the Clown.
Okay, the clown.
And it's really crazy that McFarlane sold 1 million copies of that first issue and did not get crap from anyone for in a dark superhero looking thing, vigilante thing, looking like he just like ripped off the Joker. Like, I don't remember anybody saying that.
I just love the phrasing of the person voicing the clown. came back for a woman.
And I think the series has the same problem the comics do, where there's not really a lot of stuff. I don't know if this is true, but if memory serves, there's not really a lot of stuff that actually like jogs Spawn's memory. It's just like at certain points the narrative needs to move forward, so it decides now he's remembering certain things.
Classic narrative structure.
And the amnesia thing is really pointless in Spawn. Well, I guess he is getting flashbacks because of, like, you know, he's seeing his old uniform and stuff, but, like, it's clunky, it's unnecessary.
Tight zoom in on the eye.
Yeah, it's the window to his soul, if he has one.
Tune in next week to find out.
Yeah, Robert, it absolutely took forever for him to finally remember his past. And then it doesn't matter because we keep retconning it. So it'll be like, well, it happened this way, but no, it actually happened this way. Spawn was never about moving forward. It was always about, like, the air quote storytelling was always in changing the past and keeping the present stagnant. It's like the most backwards and obviously backwards, like, writing 101 thing you could possibly do. Oh yeah, he took his own finger off.
I know it's not supposed to be comedic, it's just...
It kind of is, though. I can't remember if he actually yells Wanda in this first episode, but one of my favorite Spawn things is just the Spawn screaming, Wanda!
I think we did get a Wanda briefly.
Well, there was a part where he just said her name, but I don't think he's, like, screamed it yet. And we never get This Is Spawn territory in this show, which is sad. I don't know what's going on in the scene, by the way. Like,
With what?
he's undead, and now he's being argued with by his undead corpse, but he's already an undead corpse.
Happens to the best of us.
Oh man, he's bleeding out of his teeth, psychoplasm. And yes, I'm going to forever call it psychoplasm, because psychoplasm is such a cool name. And so much better than necroplasm. I don't know why we had to change it.
Nah, it doesn't quite work. You know what I'm gonna call it? Any guesses?
No.
That rare old Mountain Dew.
Mountain Dew, yeah. I should have guessed that, yeah. And you know, that was not intentional in Spawn Year when I came up with the whole Mountain Dew and Dew Sugar Coma. It just turned out to be green, and I was like, oh, well, this is perfect. This is exactly what Jason Wynn's Tony Twist. This is exactly what Jason Wynn's office is like in the comics. This is pulled exactly from that, where he's got ceilings that are like 500 feet into the sky.
What the hell are you trying to pull on me, huh? I mean, we're talking about my best kickman getting mercilessly whacked over here.
Non-distilled whiskey is my favorite whiskey.
Robert, Cap, do you remember the scene near the end of El Camino where the welder guy was high on cocaine and yelling Wanda? I'm still not sure if that was a Spawn reference. I don't think it was, but I thought that in the theater, and I had to try not to laugh too loud because nobody else around me had any idea what I was laughing at. But yeah, that happened.
I'm trying to remember when that was. Like, I remember the cocaine part, but I don't remember the Wanda part.
Okay, but you remember the welder, right? You remember how there's a bad guy in that that's basically just like the welder?
Yes. The,
Tell me you had the same thought that everyone who knows DJ had during that scene. You're like, holy crap. It's the welder.
That one was on me.
Wow, I just took a trip to to Jeffrey's floor.
be amply compensated for your loss.
This scene is too long.
Once you find out about this mysterious assassin.
We get it. You can have naked people in your show.
Also, I apologize for the tipsy-topsy world that is my high production. On this
Whoa! Oh yeah, we are consummate professionals here. We never forget to like unmute our mics.
As we discussed.
I did mute the mic when after the phone dropped, but of course I didn't preemptively mute it because.
John Ty, do kids still read comics? Not enough that there's like a big kids market anymore. I mean, my kids read comics because I have comics and I give them to them and they like them, but obviously not like it used to be.
These journalists won't be the last. You can't keep this quiet forever.
Is that just an adding machine? What is that? He's got. Oh, it's his phone. Okay. It had like another cradle on the other side that didn't have a phone in it. I don't know what exactly that apparatus was for, besides just being a phone.
There's just so many different styles of art just all going at it at the same time.
Yeah. You know, this is only half an hour, and it feels a lot longer. And when you put all this together in like movie length, it's really super long. And now we get into that, you know, big Spawn contradiction where it's like, is he supposed to be a superhero or isn't he? And that is just a thing we can never quite decide. I mean, this series does it better than the comics ever do, but like you're saying, why do men in power abuse their power when you already know now that you are a hitman for the government? And I don't, maybe he's speaking from personal experience where he's like, I don't like that I was like forced into that life by these people or whatever, but
that's what Al Simmons was?
Yeah.
I'm very unfamiliar with, like, I barely even remember Spawn year.
Yeah, so well, that's fair, me too. But I made it. But Jason Wynn.
The only, like, Spawn I interacted with.
Yeah, I hear that a lot from people. Jason Wynn hired Al Simmons to kill people for the government, and sometimes very not above board things, of course. And I never bought that Al Simmons was like a bad enough person to have been chosen to be a Spawn. That's always a problem. So retroactively, we keep coming up with reasons. Oh, I forgot Shirley Walker worked on that show.
And like that, the pain has ended.
Has subsided. Yeah. Oh man. Well, we did that. I don't know. I still love the atmosphere of that show, but God, it's long and boring.
It definitely has some atmosphere.
But like, so do still pictures. You know?
And even though that episode felt like 1,000 words, it was not.
Jeffrey, are you are you ready to call it a night, or do you want to do another one?
I could probably do one more.
One more?
Yeah, yeah. I have a weird thing where I basically have I'm in like this weird mode of this energy where if I can keep going until like close to 6 a.m. my time, I can basically just
Good Lord.
go into the day.
That sounds wild.
It's it could go horribly wrong.
Okay, well, Jeffrey and I will be back with you in just a minute, guys. I'm going to take a quick break, load up the next episode. I'm not sure what we're doing yet, so let me figure that out, and I need to get my bearings here, because we've, of course, gotten behind, and I don't know exactly where I want to go next, so we will be right back with you.
If it is an issue for me to stay a high bar.
All right, everybody, we are returning right now, and we're gonna watch an episode of the Harley Quinn animated series. Get ready for violence and vulgarity, and also bar mitzvahs. And this episode was suggested by Grady Childs. So much DC Universe tonight. So much dark, violent, rough DC Universe tonight. This show is wonderfully hilarious and smarter than it has any business being. It won me over really hard after this episode, and I'm really liking it. It's not my thing at all, but it's won me over. I like it a lot. And I think I might have liked the new Harley Quinn movie even a little bit more if the show had not come out, because everything that movie is trying to do, this does better. And that's my preamble. Jeffrey hasn't seen any of this. Jeffrey, this show does have an ongoing continuity, and like its episodes are pretty well self-contained, but it is kind of moving a narrative forward. And all you really need to know is that Harley Quinn breaks up with the Joker in the first episode and is going her own way and is going to set up a crew, but hasn't set up a crew yet, and is eventually going to try to get into the what do you call it? Yeah, Legion of Doom, and some of that set up here.
Well, you've certainly set a high bar for this episode.
All right, episode 2. Here we go. Everybody, please press play if you're syncing with us right now.
Nothing better than a good, painful pun.
And this show appreciates puns.
I'm hoping I appreciate the show.
Yeah, I don't know what you'll think of it, but...
Crazy about Joker and Harley. I heard they tried an open relationship thing, which everybody knows only works for gay men.
Your idle gossip distracts me from my master plan. Break the Batman. Punish Gotham for its trespasses. And stand atop the mountain of skull.
Their bait is amazing, and I want him spun off so badly. This is going to be hard to talk through. Because Jeffrey hasn't seen this at all, and he's got to get a good sense of the flavor of the show.
Just like Joker's getting a sense of the flavor of sugar in his coffee?
That's exactly right, yep. And he's Alan Tudyk. That's Alan Tudyk doing yet another DC Universe role. They got Howie Mandel on the show.
Is that like a recurring thing?
No, he's just got cameo right here.
Okay.
Get ready, America! Howie's got something he's dying to tell you. Oh, no.
I like Ivy's pet plant. He's hilarious. He goes on a road trip a few episodes later.
That's great.
Howie Mandel has dynamite strapped to him now.
I promised I would respect her wishes to drift into the darkness of total anonymity. And for the record, our couple name was Joker.
Oh, that
Our couple name was Joker.
Just ignore him. He's baiting you. It's not worth getting angry over.
Sorry, but that's all the time we have today, Howie. And speaking of time, yours is running.
This is a show that has no shame, is not afraid to make fun of anything, does not care what anybody thinks of it.
I need a very brave wardrobe girl.
And I think this will be a thing that I'll get a lot more out of going back to, just because it seeds a lot of stuff where you have no idea that it's seeding things, and because it's got a lot of like quick throwaway jokes that I probably didn't even notice because I was laughing at other jokes.
I'll show him in person how little I care.
What? No. What are you doing?
Looking into Joker's calendar.
Oh, God. We're off the rails.
There's a party at the Gotham Mint with the Legion of Doom guys tomorrow. Oh, and he
wants to fuck with me in public, I will fuck right back.
Please do not do this.
Please do that shit.
I'm just gonna show those guys how awesome I'm doing without.
I love that plan.
Use your cool love potion.
This isn't a love potion. It's my distilled pheromone.
Yeah, like she just, you know, jumps into the deep end without even thinking.
A love potion.
Which is very old school Harley Quinn. This is a nice blend of current and classic Harley Quinn. And, like, I don't like current Harley Quinn, but I like her. Connor, we are doing okay, man. Jeffrey is going to leave after this episode. We're doing Harley Quinn right now. And then I'm going to be flying all by myself. All by my lonesome.
I might still be I'll probably be watching as you float like a turd in the wind as a wise.
Did you really just say that? Oh my god.
But yeah, I'm not watching Shaft, but hi Connor.
So yeah, this is if memory serves, like Penguin's like nephew's bar mitzvah.
Did you know that this party was for children? I do now. Although technically, one boy becomes...
And Two-Face's design in this is a straight-up animated series. So by the way, first episode is, like, of course, you know, just setting up the premise of the show and Harley Quinn leaving Joker, and there's not really a lot of other villains and stuff, and this immediately starts just dropping a big cast on us. And we just right away get inundated with this show's crazy versions of a bunch of characters, which is lots of fun.
The Steelers have won the most games at Gotham Stadium.
Bane is so insecure and is wonderful. So then we bring in Kite Man. And Kite Man, you would not think would be a big recurring character in the show, but he is. And immediately we start doing references to recent comics because he says hell yeah constantly.
I am loving this.
I kinda knew you would. Oh, I'm sorry, Connor, you had to watch a bad movie. I wonder if this show will get action figures. Everything Bane says is funny, even when it's not supposed to be funny, just because his voice is so wonderful.
I love that voice.
Other half of Two-Face. Two-Face's voice is hilarious. I totally forgot he says
that line?
Say again.
I'm gonna blow up this
I'm gonna blow up this bar mitzvah. I appreciate that the show, compared to the first episode, kind of reels in the raunchiness a little bit. Like, it's still there, but it's not relying on it. It's so much cleverer. And that first episode is just letting you know where it's willing to go. It's, like, really bloody, really brutal, and there's, like, F-bombs every other word. And this episode goes, just so you know, we know how to write, like, good, funny scripts with actual stories.
While also having Harley Quinn flaws.
Yes. That happens. So yeah, Ivy and Kite Man are gonna actually have like a thing in this show.
I'm just here for the Kite Man. So, the more Kite Man I get, the happier I am.
Yeah, he's just obsessed with himself and constantly throwing out horrible like lines
Like
to
me.
get chicks, and just like me. And he is like a total chauvinist.
Not like me.
But Ivy will still see something in him. Oh no, Robert's starting to do the Bane rap again, and I'm gonna totally do it again if I'm not careful. I love it so much. Oh my god. That's disgusting. So this is a big thing that we're setting up to actually do, like, episodes from here, and I forget all about it, and then we come back and we do it, and it's great.
Do what?
Harley has big plans that you think that she will never put in motion, and later on she finally does, and you forgot all about them. It's great. I really like Poison Ivy as the voice of reason. Through this show, she's, you know, people are always calling her an eco-terrorist, and she's always like, well, I'm just trying to help out plants, you know? And it's great.
My goodness.
I stole your juice and I gave it to these kids. Hell yeah!
You're an idiot.
Ooh, you mispronounced genius.
No, that potion makes people fall in love with me. And
This is very much like a laugh every 12 seconds kind of show.
Kite fucking freak. My name is Poison Ivy.
Damn. See, this is why I stick to the kites. So simple.
And, like, it's definitely kind of a shock humor show, but you never know what kind of comedy it's going to throw at you next, so, like, shocking is not the right word, but it does manage to keep surprising me. Well, yeah, Wanderer, I usually don't love this kind of humor, at least, like, some of my sensibilities are in this show, but, like, again, a lot of the raunchiness and vulgarity and stuff is not my cup of tea, but it just, I don't know, it works with this. It's difficult to explain, but I think it's very funny. And they may be okay with Harley Quinn, like, getting away from the Joker and not constantly going back to him in this. And it works. Like, she does carry the show okay. I mean, it is very much a ensemble cast show also, but... Yeah, Connor, you should try the show out.
Bane has some tasty beef.
But Bane, how do you eat? I like that nobody lets him eat anything, so he never takes his mask off, and you never see him actually eat.
So today, I forced that dream onto you.
These episodes are always really tightly plotted. Yeah, see, you should have looked before you leaped there, Harley Quinn. I'm sorry, what?
You're probably not laughing because this is sort of how you two were. You ruined the bat mitzvah and crippled an improv troupe.
You crippled an improv troupe. This show is, you know, just like, you know, really all of the other original content on this, it's not having to worry about censorship or who's watching, so it can get away with anything, but it's using that to its advantage to try to push some envelopes a little bit, I think.
Alright, I'll get the antidote and, you know, just don't, like, touch anything.
As opposed to relying on shock instead of actually telling stories. Or really being funny. Where it's like, here's just a bunch of fart jokes, everybody laugh, we can have, you know, brutality, aren't we, you know, shocking and new. and it has all that stuff, but it's not just, you know, using it as a crutch. Yeah, people keep recommending me stuff that's kind of like this in tone and comedy, and I don't know if what it would take for me to appreciate a thing like this without the trappings of something that I already like. Like, it absolutely helps that this is a DC thing with characters that I already know about, and it's parroting a lot of comic book stuff. And so it's for me in that way. Yeah, what? Just throw some water on my face and use some mouthwash, and I'm feeling much better. That's too many adjectives. So again, even within the really like silly context of this show, it's able to have a little tension. Some episodes a lot of tension, honestly.
I always drunk beers. I really...
Jeffrey, is the show making you uncomfortable?
I could be made more uncomfortable, but... No, it's doing just the right amount where I am, like, ready to just keel over on the floor laughing.
It's really funny. It gets funnier. And don't worry, because we bring Bane back. And wait till you see their Gordon. He's hilarious.
You know, it is kind of cool seeing the park from the sky. I mean, when you're not talking, we're just kind of soaring majestically.
Robert says that when I get more tired, I should watch the Smallville episode where people turn into zombies when they sleep. I should also probably mention that the animation in the show is really solid.
Yeah. Real screams.
Real scream, yeah.
Hey, did they do cake yet? Not yet.
I thought that was gonna be way cooler.
Harlan, you're not a solo act, you're a sidekick, an afterthought. No one is ever going to take you.
And going back and looking at one of these earlier episodes, there is a really good progression of status quo in this. Like I said, the episodes are self-contained enough, but it does not sit still for any amount of time. And we actually keep introducing major recurring supporting cast, kind of episode to episode. Nobody really hear. Well, Kite Man, but he's not like an every episode character. Yeah, here comes Giant Bane. I don't know. This Bane is the ultimate proof that making fun of that voice never gets old. It just doesn't.
It's got some mileage.
All the Two-Face just sounds like a guy.
Yeah.
Let's get out of here.
No, let's fight. Maybe Kite Man can help.
And most of the villains in this episode are, like, really recognizable major Batman villains, but we will start, besides Kite Man, but we will start to do more, random, obscure characters in the next episode, and stuff I've never heard of.
Talk to you like that. In fact, why did any of you let him talk to you like that? He doesn't even have powers. His only power is bullying you into doing what he wants. I should know. He did it to me for years.
Don't listen to her. She's nothing. She makes a good point. I don't like her. You called me a monster. That was pretty harsh. Oh my God, it's just an expression. Also, let's talk about dinner. I selected the beef well in advance.
And Joker, like, constantly manipulating people and people being afraid to do anything against him is a consistent thing we keep playing with. This is a very thoughtful Bane, too.
Oh my God, I'll kill Harley myself. Ivy, if you could just, move.
Yeah, Wanderer, I like the score on this, too.
Absolutely. Over my dead.
I don't think I've thought a whole lot about, but it's just really well integrated with the material. Ivy gets a lot more to do in this episode than some others.
Call from my contractor.
They're using her really well.
What do you mean they're not going to start till 10?
Yeah, I think she's one of the best reinventions in the show. She's got, I've said this before, she's got almost like a Daria thing going on or something.
So are we good to leave now?
Yeah, I can't believe you talked me into coming to this. Don't forget your
I love the Joker dealing with zoning issues. Just
And we do a lot of that kind of mundane, like, how would you actually, in this world, have to go about being a supervillain?
Except for the Legion of Doom. I need to get into the Legion of Doom.
What? After all of this, why would you want to be a part of that club? Those guys are such dicks.
No, not all of them. When we were leaving, Bane said, "You go, girl."
No, he distinctly said, "Ooh, Go-Gurt."
Oh, what they had go. Anyone who has respect.
Yep.
That's when you know you made it. If Joker can get in, so can I. So that.
Go-Gurt.
What you need to do is get these 13-year-old boys out of this apartment. They're starting to take root.
Okay, boys. So I got the antidote to turn you back into humans, okay? But the only effective way of doing it is when my saliva interacts with your saliva.
So, is this a kiss?
No, it's not a kiss. It is an antidote delivery system and nothing more. You will still be sexless nerds by the time the night is over, okay? And yep. So this is procedural, okay? Yeah, I kissed you already, buddy.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit tree.
Ah, fuck off, get out of here. Yeah, fuck off, kid.
And that's that show, man.
Thank you.
It's really funny. And it's a nice thing to watch super late at night.
Even these end credits, I'm just music choice.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just it's firing on all cylinders.
It's some good stuff.
Well, guys, I'm gonna be flying solo here in a little bit. Jeffrey, thanks a bunch for sticking with me so long, and had a really good time with you, man.
I had a great time being here. Thank you for having me on.
Of course, dude. Anytime. When I come back, I don't know what I'm doing yet. I might do some X-Men. I got some X-Men in the queue. So we'll do that. Fire up your Disney Plus, and we'll do some 90s X-Men. We'll start with we'll do Nightcrawler, and then we'll do some X-Men Evolution after that. So season, well, I don't actually know what season it is. I don't have that listed. But there's an episode called Nightcrawler. I think it's season 3 maybe. But I'll have to look it up. Anyway, I wrote that down for most things, but I missed it for that one. So I'll be right back in just a couple minutes, and then we'll do a little bit of X-Men. See you in a little bit. Bye, Jeffrey!
Bye.
Hey guys, if you're still watching, I just realized that we have passed the 6-hour mark on this stream, so I'm going to go ahead and drop this one and start another stream. So just wait for the link. It'll be up in just a minute, and we will get back started again with X-Men. People are telling me that it is a Season 4 episode that we're looking for, Nightcrawler, the incredible Nightcrawler! So check that out, and I will be back with you again in just a couple of minutes, folks. Stay tuned.